to continue working with ministers, and they are also committed to continue working with you. And I pledge that we shall improve on the timekeeping so that they are always here on time. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I not finished my communication, but I want to thank you for your apology. And for me, I will always work with the ministers, but you have no choice. You have to work with me. You have no choice. You have to work with me within these 5 years. So for me, I'm open, we'll work together. It's not about Anita. It's not about me. It's about the people of this country. It's about these members who all the time come here and there's nobody to respond to what they are raising. It's not about me as a person. I have nothing personal with anybody. And whoever thinks that I have anything personal. Honorable members, at the end of today's sitting, we will go on recess until 28th September. Unlike other recess periods, where some committees will continue to transact, this recess will be an absolute one. I expect you to head to your constituencies to monitor and implement government programs. Because we are also tired of saying members are not in the house. Now we have opponents like what was raised the other day. So now I want you to go and work with those opponents and make sure you protect your constituency. Nobody should tell the voters that, we had committee. No, you go and work. And the voters outside there, your members are coming home. Yes, once again, I want to thank you for coming. And we have a very congested order paper. There's a procedural matter here. Let's start with the lady.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your communication and for taking us on, especially for our absence in the House. Right Honorable Speaker, I was perturbed, particularly when you mentioned that some ministers are saying that they don't feel comfortable attending this parliament because of the presiding officers. And it leaves us wondering whether the ministers are serving the presiding officers or are serving the country and responding to the issues that we raise here. And I understand even most of the ministers are members of parliament. So if that allegation keeps on lingering around, should we assume that the ministers are not in tandem with what the presiding officers are doing? And if it is like that, can the Prime Minister call upon the ministers and find out who are those specific, because we shall assume that it's all the front bench that is undermining the presiding officers. Thank you.
Honorable members, that is not anything for discussion on whether you want to come inside because you like Anita or Thomas. No, that's not anything for discussion, but you must take note as ministers. We are still here for 5 years. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for your communication, and particularly, Right Honorable Speaker, the procedure matter I want to raise. I want to thank the Prime Minister for coming to apologize. But Right Honorable Speaker.
And by the way, the Right Honorable Nabanja this morning called me equally apologizing.
And I want to thank her also for apologizing. Right Honorable Speaker, the procedure matter I want to raise. This is not the first time the Honorable Nakadama is coming to apologize here when we don't have ministers in the House. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm on record of raising the issue of ministers, not once, not twice, not 20 times. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want it to be on record today. And since the Prime Minister is here, right, will it be procedurally right for it to be on record that the Prime Minister commits that what happened yesterday will never happen again? Because they come and casually apologize, then after apologizing, the same thing happens tomorrow. So my procedural matter is, will it be procedurally right for her to come here to commit government and commit their office that this will never happen again in the 11th Parliament? That is what I wanted to move.
Honorable members, what honorable member is raising is a very pertinent issue. We need a commitment from government. Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And on my part, I'm actually very happy that you are asserting our authority on our behalf. That's number one. Number two, I'm seeking your guidance as to whether the ministers instructed to appear in Parliament will include the Minister of Education, who has been adjudged to be proceeding with us on Zoom, or whether these other ministers are also free, like her, to attend and appear on Zoom.
Let's first get a commitment from the Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. You know, the religion I believe in, that is the religion I believe in. People do wrong and they seek for forgiveness. Then the following day, they do another wrong and they seek for forgiveness. And God is always forgiving them. That is our Creator. When I commit that honorable ministers will do better, I believe that honorable members who are ministers will continue improving every day. I thank you.
Honorable members, on the issue of what Honorable Segonaz raised, that is under Rule 114 on attendance of sittings by ministers. For any ministry, the minister or at least the Minister of State shall attend the sitting of the House. And where none of them is able to attend, the minister shall request another minister to represent that ministry's interest in the House and notify the Speaker. I was notified by the First Lady that should be sending Honorable Guang, who is also here, should be sending Honorable Guang. Are you not representing the First Lady? Honorable Mwingo is also there. So I got a letter. Zijan, you are not a minister. You are not a minister. Let's have decorum, respect for the House, okay? You're making us a procedural matter on what? Come on. I got a letter from the minister signing the two, and I'm okay with it as a presiding officer. Thank you. Look, you'll come last. Let me first. On the communication, and you are the honorable members, you are the same people with the matters of national importance. You are the same people with matters of national importance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. There is a pertinent issue, Right Honorable Speaker, you raised about seeds. Majority of the members here are part of food security in this country, Right Honorable Speaker. So we needed some clear response as members are going for holiday. Thank you, Right Honorable
Thank you, Prime Minister. Seeds. Seeds.
Since we have the Honorable Minister for Agriculture here, let him come and inform us about the seeds issue.
Right Honorable Speaker, I presented a substantive statement here, pointing out that Ministry of Agriculture no longer gives out seeds. We have zero budget for that. The policy changed to PDM. However, we have had exceptional circumstances where this House has intervened and the Ministry of Finance accepted and made supplementary provisions. So that's why I was saying, if I cannot make a commitment without the involvement of the Ministry of Finance, as long as the Ministry of Finance makes a provision, you just hold on, Right Honorable, I'll allow Doctor. As long as we have a provision, the accounting office of any entity under the commitment control system cannot commit funds they do not have in their budget. So unless we get that commitment that some funds will be released, we will be able to instruct all the input dealers who have been in this system to give the seeds to members of Parliament. So I beg that we have a dialogue with the Speaker representing Parliament and the Minister of Finance, and we find a solution. But as of now, I am non-committal.
Information. Right Honorable Speaker, we need only 4 billion shillings to ensure that all the constituencies in this country, they get seats. When we do that, we would have secured this country in terms of food for the next season. Right Honorable Speaker, through you, you have always paid attention to the issues that are so crucial for the people of Uganda. We ask you, Right Honorable Speaker, to prevail. Minister of Finance should find 4 billion shillings only. I thank you so much.
Right Honorable Speaker, as they labor to Minister of Finance to find resources to give our people seeds, Right Honorable Speaker, across a good number of our people in Uganda are fishermen. We have the fishing communities that in most cases are not supported. There are those who are doing aquaculture, they're not given fingerlings. There are those, they are banning boats, they are banning nets, but they're not supporting them with fishing tools. They should be as well considered, Right Honorable Speaker.
I see the minister excited. Minister, come to the floor. Honorable Minister.
But procedure, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister, assure us that you're going to give.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My boss is around, but since you have given me the opportunity, just as the Honorable Minister said, it's so urgent for us to sit with the Minister of Finance, and surely as honorable members go back to their communities, it would be healthy to go with both the seeds for crop, the seeds for the fingerlings, and also for animals. It's very important to go to our communities and see that our people are given the chicks, the fingerlings, the different. So for me, I am ready to move around and support the honorable members of Parliament when given the opportunity, especially financially. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we hear from government about that? Because it's a serious matter. Let's first resolve that. What you want is what we have asked for.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to call Minister of Finance together with the Minister of Agriculture. We meet tomorrow and we shall come back here with the feedback.
Honorable members,
No procedure, madam. Procedure, madam. Procedure, Madam Speaker.
yes, procedure.
Madam Speaker, you have just guided this house earlier that we are actually proceeding on recess today. When the Prime Minister, and I will not call her Deputy Prime Minister because of where she's seated today. When the Prime Minister says, and we come back, and we on recess up to 28th, you know, this is how this government has been playing games. That's point number one. The second procedural issue, Madam Speaker, is about how we run government. Those of us that have been around know, and that this is how governments run. And I mean governments of civilized men and women. The minister responsible raises a budget and he presents it to the ministry responsible for finance. Now, we are deceiving ourselves here by saying, where is the money, when we did not put it in the budget. Either the reason we did not put it in the budget is that the Ministry of Agriculture did not present it to finance, or we rejected it by ourselves. The second option is that maybe we do not have a prime minister because you do not coordinate cabinet from here. What they are displaying here is a show that actually they do not know what they are doing. Borrowing the words of the late Honorable Jacob Olanya, Right Honorable Speaker, seated where you're seated, and she would turn like you've turned to look at the person speaking. He used to say that you have ministers running around like headless chicken. Because I'm not a speaker, I will not repeat the same words. May I request that you procedurally guide the Prime Minister to coordinate cabinet from elsewhere and just present to us what they are meant to present to us.
Honorable, yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I like honesty because my name is Frank. It's not that we are really clueless about what is required. Government follows policy. We govern by policy. You may reach a point and say this policy is not working, let's change it. Government reached a point and said that the distribution of seedlings was counterproductive, that the people who were involved in distributing were distributing to themselves, that they were even distributing seedlings out of planting time. So the executive took a decision that let money goes through PDM and the people buy for themselves. But on this house, members continue to bring out an argument that giving seedlings directly is still very relevant. And with that, so from our side, I cannot decide here. We have to get back to the executive and see how we can reform policy from the input of your submissions. That's why I'm requesting the Honorable Speaker to coordinate with us. She could even have a meeting with us and give us the position, and we would be able to move together.
Honorable Minister, if that was we will not change the policy here, but the fact remains that we want seats. For us to want seats, changing the policy, the fact that we are able to rescue other people outside there, let's now rescue the whole country by giving them seats. So I would love to be part of that meeting tomorrow. Let's have a meeting in my office at 11. It's actually 11 at 2. Let's have a meeting and then we'll communicate with
Right Honorable Speaker. I clarification points. One, the Prime Minister the policy changed. Now in PDM, we give money to people. However, not all the people receive money. about those?
9%.
What about those within the 39 who have not received seeds?
No, outside the
second-
39.
Sorry, yes. Yes. The second issue I raise on the Minister of Agriculture has talked about change in policy, which is correct. However, as I have already noted, I will raise it in a matter of national importance so that
Yes, thank you. Akik?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want really this to go because we elected you overwhelmingly. And even these ministers elected you. I do not see why some of the ministers can even imagine in their heads that while you are presiding in that seat, they cannot step here. That is unacceptable. And for us, much as you should know this, we have the powers. The parliament is an independent organ with its powers, and our duty is to check the executive. So we have to check you, whether you like it or not. That is our mandate. I do not want to come here and see and begin imagining that I have to be at the mercy of the minister. This really would be giving away the power that the people gave me from Fort Portal in this
Thank you,
house.
thank
So
you.
a minister has order, and from today, we don't want to hear anything like the speaker coming here and complaining about ministers. Ministers must go and check themselves, and if not, we are going to deal with you in committee. We won't pass your ministerial statements. We will even block the budget. We have all this power. This business of ministers really undermine our speaker.
Honorable members, what I said, some of the ministers may say, I'm not going to the house because I don't like the presiding officer, not particularly Anita or not particularly Thomas. They may have that perception that I don't like a presiding officer. And as I've said, that's upon you. Feel that you don't like a presiding officer. We are still here for some good time. Next item. Okay, Lob.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Without being mistaken for regurgitating matters already debated by members, in the 8th Parliament, there was a motion to separate four of ministers and members of Parliament. Unfortunately, it was lost. I believe the goings on are offering potent education on of conflict. That is, when ministers play a dual role of being members of Parliament and the
issues which are not responded, don't even defend yourself. Just get the document and work on it.
Right, Honorable Speaker, that's why I was saying some, but I thank him.
No.
We
not
we
get
are going
the
to respond
document.
on those issues. If given opportunity, I thank you.
Oh, you had something? Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Was responding on something first.
Are you? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. After the Prime Minister's intervention, I wanted to interrupt within our rules, the leader of opposition. When you look at the front bench, Right Honorable Speaker, there is no single minister who is despising or undermining you. We are all here. Some are overflooded this other side. Right Honorable Speaker, when we come here and we hear about list of shame, how things we are not.
No, that was the shame was withdrawn.
Yeah, when the leader of opposition was speaking, actually behind him, there were empty seats. The focus should be, we want to give services, legislative services to this country, Right Honorable Speaker. The call to attend this house should be dual. And so that when we come here, we add value to the debate so that we can move forward this country. It should not be one side, and my good friend here from Masaka, we need to work together so that we can add value. It's not one side.
Honorable
Look.
Honorable much as we are saying it is not one side, I want to give you an example of yesterday. We had very important motions in the House. We had very important we had very important issues. We came to the House here, and that has been resolved. I don't want to open it up. We had very important issues, but one side was not there. The front bench, not even the Honorable Bahati, who is always the first one in the House, not even him for the first time. And I was even able to call Bahati and say, "Are you sick today?" I had to ask because it was unusual. So all of us are important. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the Ministry of Defense, Right Honorable, we wrote to you and the Prime Minister. We are 3 ministers. Today, we are all here. Honorable Sempija is supposed to attend on Tuesday. Honorable Huda attends on Wednesday, and both attends on Thursday. Today, we all came to show that
there's an order from Tororo. There's an order from Tororo.
That order.
Honorable.
Thank you.
Honorable members in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation from Kachwamba Abamu Group from Fort Portal City, the tourism city, Fort Portal District. You're most welcome. They are represented by Honorable Ruhunda Alex and Honorable Mugisha Margaret Muhanga and Honorable Linda. You're most welcome. Honorable members, join me in welcoming the team. You're welcome. This is your parliament. Please come again. Yes, procedural matter. Honorable members, we have so many matters of national importance.
Madam Speaker, we started this parliament during the COVID time. There are things that we take for granted. you are dressed the way you are dressed for a reason. We have progressively become casual. I have seen ministers who are dressed like they are going to milk cows. For the speaker to continue dressing the way she is dressed every day, and that tells you the mental frame of some of our colleagues, Madam Speaker. But you are the one who has been lenient. When we raise this matter, you find a way of defending them. You can look at them. I don't have to say names today.
No, you say the names.
Someone enters parliament as if he's going to milk cows.
Say the names.
Like the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, who was saying order before I even mentioned his name. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the casual way that people dress, people attend to parliament, is the reason on Tuesday we had 2 ministers who brought fake statements and they all asked to take them back. I am speaking about the casual way, because it is not just a matter of ministers bringing their bodies in parliament. They must add value.
Thank
There is
you.
one who has been celebrating that all of us are here. You wait when they begin answering, then you will know that they actually useless. Because
There is nothing useless. You're responding in anticipation
I
because
am-
they've not.
I am speaking.
Listen. They've not started responding to anything. Now you're speaking on anticipation. Honorable members, the Honorable Frank that you're talking about, it's just unfortunate that not all of us can afford the Mandela shirts. That's a Mandela shirt. Sarah wants Frank to hang himself. Huh? I know Sarah is used to buttoning. If Sarah wants to come and but next item. Honorable members, please.
Item 3, urgent questions by members pursuant to Rule 49 of the Rules of Procedure.
Honorable members, you recall that on Tuesday, I promised this house, I promised you that today we will give you 2 hours to respond to bring up your matters of national importance. Unfortunately, you have already used 1 hour. And I am aware that we have a number of ministers here who should be able to respond to your issues. And allow me to start with the Honorable Mutiwa. Honorable Mutiwa. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm concerned about the unnecessary arrest of my people who reside along the railway line in Udumba sub-county and Usolwe rural sub-counties in Butaleja district.
Around the railway line?
Along the railway line.
What are they
Madam
doing around?
Speaker, government of Uganda, through Uganda Railway Corporation, engaged MS China Road and Bridge Corporation.
Honorable members, let's listen. Because at the end of the day, we'll need to know who is an intruder. Yes.
Madam Speaker, government of Uganda through Uganda Railways Corporation engaged MS China Road and Bridge Corporation to undertake rehabilitation works for the Tororo Namave railway line, which passes through my constituency. Madam Speaker, the said company employed the security personnel that include the UPDF to take care of their construction materials, but to the contrary, the security personnel have instead resorted to arresting whoever crosses or moves near the railway line, including arresting their animals such as cows, goats, etc., which are grazed in people's land near the railway line. Madam Speaker, to make matters worse, those that are arrested are taken to Sembatia police station, a distance of over 60 kilometers from my constituency, And as a result, many of these people have lost their animals, and many of them pay a lot of money wherever they are taken there.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, people cross through gazetted roads. We had an incident last week where one person was crossing from Ubaria to go to Busavi, and he was arrested by the security personnel, and they tortured him seriously.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, this issue has been happening for a long time, and my prayers, I want the concerned ministry, that's Minister of Security, to visit the area, assess the ground, and also want these arrests to be stopped. And people who paid their money, if possible, let their money be paid back, because I have a list of very many who have been paying money to the police to either release their animals or to get police bond to be
Honorable Matiwa, the land where those people are occupying belongs to who?
Madam Speaker, the land is for the people. But what happens, the land where these people are being arrested from are people's land. But what happens, Madam Speaker, is that people gave really land. And you find that,
so
Madam Speaker, where the railway line crosses.
Listen, that is the land that was given by the people to the railway, to URC.
But now when they are cultivating their land next to that one, they come and arrest them. But for last week, the person who was arrested was crossing the railway on a gazetted road. This is a road which runs from Busolwe going to Busabi sub-county. But what happened is these security personnel.
You can't have a gazetted road across the railway.
Madam Speaker, this is a gazetted road that we all use.
Honorable Minister of Works. Honorable Minister of Works.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, first I will request the Honorable Member of Parliament to give me the particulars of that particular person, and I will look at that matter in its own merit. But suffice to say that there is no grazing land along the railway line. So you cannot say you're protecting your people to graze on the railway line. There's even no grass. What are they grazing there? What they graze there is the railway materials. They come there and vandalize them under disguise of grazing. So I'll take that particular issue for the person who was arrested. But you remember, Right Honorable Speaker, here on this floor, Parliament directed that everybody, all those people who are violating and encroaching on the railway land must leave. And that's my position.
There is also no farming land around the railway. Honorable Minister, do we have farming land around the railway line?
None at all, my Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, but give the particulars to the Honorable Minister. Christine Bukoman-Simbi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise on a matter of national importance regarding the natural disaster which occurred in Bukoman-Simbi due to extreme weather hazards. Right Honorable Speaker, on the night of Tuesday, 5th September 2023, just 2 days back, Bukoman-Simbi Town Council was hit by heavy rainfall, which caused damage to buildings, infrastructure, crops, and livestock. And as a result, 70 households were totally damaged. My prayer, I request the Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Disaster and Preparedness to send some relief items like food, iron sheets, cement, and seedlings to the 6 villages of Kagando, Chango, Cheguluso, Chitasa, Chanachibi, Bukova, and others in Bukoman-Simbi Town Council, which were affected. Right Honorable Speaker, I have an information on in January 30th, 2023, I raised the same matter. But the response came last week. This happened in Kagologolo Town Council. Last week, we got a response from the minister, from the office of the Prime Minister. 20,000 kilograms of maize were received. But the report I'm getting from the residents that the maize flour was rotten with the maggots. So this time,
Honorable Christine, I don't want us to debate on hearsay.
that's the report and
I am
the,
saying, I want evidence that it was rotten. Come and lay it on table. In the absence of the evidence, withdraw. Until you bring it.
right, Honorable Speaker, I'm going to ask for them to give
I
me
am
the
saying
evidence.
withdraw, then you bring it and lay it on table.
I'm withdrawing. I'm going to bring and lay it on the table. I thank you, right, Honorable Speaker.
And on your question, do you have a district disaster committee report?
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker.
Ministry, government?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I request that the Honorable Member of Parliament can share the report with us so that action can be taken.
Thank you. Honorable Linos.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On February 2017, I was RDC of Chiriandongo District. The Minister then of Local Government, Honorable Kano Tom Butime, visited Bioyali Market and Chiriandongo Market respectively, because these are mud and water markets, but they belong to local government. So he promised the women that government would take over, local government would take over that market, develop it into a better and respectful market. Unfortunately, 8 years down the road, the Ministry of Local Government has done nothing to the market and our women. When it rains, it's really a problem. My prayer, the local government minister to visit these markets and give assurance to our mothers that government will work or construct these markets. Because if you see what our women go through, it's really saddening. Then finally, every year, Kiriandongo local government subjects these women into yearly bidding to manage the market. And it's a tedious process and promotes corruption as well. So I also pray to the minister to supervise and allow these women to sign a memorandum with the Kiriandongo local government so that they manage this market for a period of 3 or 4 years in order to move on.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the member for raising this important issue. The markets are important for our people, for sale of their commodities, and also for us local governments. They raise some bit of revenue. I will send a technical team to visit Kiriandongo so that we see action that can be taken on these markets. I thank you.
And write back to the minister, to the member, giving him a response.
Sure.
Thank you.
I will do that, Right Honorable Speaker.
And kindly give me a copy.
Madam Speaker, would it not be procedurally right that the minister simply gives guidelines across the country? Otherwise, if it is going to be applied, in a haphazard manner, every member of parliament must come here and do this. And this is what I said earlier. That's not how people run government. There must be a policy across the country.
Honorable member is responding to what has been raised. If you had raised an issue that in Kasiru, they call it where?
No,
Kasiro.
he is not here, but it is Kasiro.
in Busiro that there is a need for a market. But what Honorable Segona is raising is important for you. You need to do it across the whole country and assess where we need a market, a good market like the one we have in Soroti. You make that assessment and see what you can do in different areas. It would help you. It would also help us in the next budgeting process.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I fully agree. Indeed, if there was a question on the policy of government on markets, I would respond to that. But specifically on markets, members will have heard, we are constructing markets in a number of the big towns, the municipalities and cities, with the support of the Africa Development Bank. But I take your guidance, Speaker, on looking at the entire framework of markets in the country. Remember, with the support of Honorable Margaret Wabasheja, we now have a new markets law. And it's that one that we're trying to see how to implement it. We thank her for that. We'll take your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, when we pass the Market Act, bill now an act, have you made a regulation for us to operationalize it? Because it has those aspects that have been raised.
Right Honorable Speaker, the market was assented to on the 22nd of May this year. We have started with some pilots because we are talking of different types of markets. In Kasese, at where we are looking at a cattle market. In Kabare, we are looking at a market with established or where vendors are already in the stalls. Then in Masaka, we are looking at a market fully constructed, but we are trying to operate the law, looking at how to resettle the vendors. So I expect in the next 2 months, we should be able to come up with the regulations that take into account the various pilots we have looked at. We shall do that, Right Honorable Speaker.
We have a problem in this house. We've passed so many bills and we are very proud that we have passed bills, but the regulations to operationalize it are not there completely. We'll wait for the regulations. But people will continue raising these matters, and yet we have failed to get the regulations. Honorable Bitek. Bitek. Honorable Stella Apolot.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise under Rule 49 and 54.1 of Rules of Procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance regarding the petition by the defunct East African community beneficiaries of Greater Teso region. Madam Speaker, I've received a petition from the chairperson, Greater Teso.
The petition, the way of tabling petitions or handling petitions is different from matters of national importance. So the petition, bring it to my office for approval first before you bring it on the floor.
Most obliged.
Thank you. Eddie Kwizera. Businje Joab. I'm looking at matters of national importance. Businje Joab.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of urgent national importance regarding the fraudulent transfer of title for land in Bururi Block 5, Plot 39 at Kayanja, 52.7 hectares in Nyangaya Division, Masindi Municipality, Masindi District. In this land question, the land in question was in the 1990s offered by the local communities to NTC Masindi, former NTC Masindi, which had hitherto operated on church land. the land was given for educational purposes. And in 2001, a land title was issued in the names of the Board of Governors for National Teachers College Masindi. And when this college was phased out by the Minister of Education and Sports in 2005, the said land was one of the assets that were passed to Kamara's Teachers College in Masindi. The title was handed to the Minister of Education and Sports for formal transfer to the Board of Governors of Kamara's PTC Masindi. In the process, Madam Speaker, of identifying land for the establishment of the proposed Bunyoro Public University, we were dismayed to discover that this land was fraudulently transferred to another name in the names of Magali's Distillers, Uganda Limited, with a letter of no objection written by one Mr. Mwonjere Medias on the 21st of August 2007 of the Ministry of Education and Sports, the Permanent Secretary. Madam Speaker, in his letter, he incorrectly indicated that His Excellency the President had recommended the investment by Magali's Distillers to Masindi, but yet instead, the President's letter directed this investment to Ntungamo. Owing to this, even the mayor of the local government I represent, Masindi Municipality, wrote a petition, and he has come here to see, he's in the galleries, whether I'm raising this matter. In the circumstance, Madam Speaker, I pray that this House causes an investigation into the glaring fraud to bring justice to the people who donated this land for educational purpose. Number two, that this House directs the Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development and the Minister of Education and Sports to cancel the title, to cancel the transfer of title to Magali's Distillers Uganda Limited and register the land in the names of either Bunyoro Public University or Masindi Municipal Council. Madam Speaker, I beg your permission. I lay a petition to the Minister of State.
Under Rule 30, the petitions are handled in a different way.
Madam Speaker.
Give me your prayer.
My prayers are made that you direct an investigation in this fraud and that the Ministers of Lands, Housing and Urban Development and the Minister of Education and Sports
switch on.
of title, because they did it even without the knowledge of the local governments in the district.
Thank you. Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'll call Minister of Education together with Minister of Lands so that we can solve this matter. But Honorable Member of Parliament will also be called so that you can attend that meeting. Thank you.
Honorable members, I happen to see those documents that were brought by Honorable Joab. First of all, the Mayor of Masindi, you're most welcome to Parliament of Uganda. I looked at the documents and there was a letter, a presidential directive to Ntungamo for land to be given. I don't know what happened. They instead gave land from Masindi, not from Ntungamo. And that land that was gazetted for the university, maybe the minister really needs to find out what could have happened for the land belonging to the Minister of Education to be transferred to an individual or to a company. I think that's not correct. Honorable Minister of Education. Are you the one with the rota? Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable.
It's Honorable Nandala. Yes. It's okay.
Madam Speaker,
You're giving an order on what? On who?
Madam Speaker, you a while ago you told us that on Thursday the Minister of Education is represented by the Honorable Ogwang.
I said Honorable
And,
Wang and Honorable Muingo.
And the Honorable Ogwang himself brought here a letter saying he's the one, the only one on Thursday who represents the first lady.
Brought the letter to you?
Is the Honorable Muyingo in order to appoint himself, yet the boss has already appointed the Honorable Ogwang to be here on Thursday.
You know, I don't know whether Honorable Semuju has become my secretary. To the best of my knowledge, that letter was not delivered to me. What I know, Dr. Muingo is here. Doctor. And all the ministers are here. Any of them can answer.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Even the Minister of Finance has come.
Right Honorable Speaker, may I use the same opportunity to inform my brothers?
Answer the issue of the.
Right Honorable Speaker, I've just received the news now. We are going to investigate the matter and I will report back to the House. Right.
Kindly, I want you to investigate that matter because that land belongs to Bunyoro University.
Most of likely.
And we need a feedback on that issue. Honorable Minister of Finance, you're most welcome. And while you are away, we missed you so much. And we have something that we needed from you. We are going for recess. And as we go for recess, our voters will be asking us for what? For seeds. And we know the only person who can rescue us is you. A very good able minister. Kindly, Honorable Minister, we don't need to have a meeting now since the minister is here. It's just a matter of a minister telling those suppliers, give agriculture the seeds, and we go for 1 month. We need to have the seeds so that we don't continue buying food. Honorable Minister.
Madam
And I
Speaker,
think the cost is only 4 billion shillings. It's only 4 billion.
I beg your pardon, Madam
The
Speaker,
cost of the seeds is only 4 billion shillings.
4 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, sir, Madam. Deliberately. And colleagues, this issue we discussed it last time. You remember when we were discussing about payment for coffee seedlings and tea seedlings? I think that issue came. I have discussed with the Commissioner General of Prisons because they produce seed, and a good one at that. I am going to, now that you have rejuvenated me, I will go and make arrangement. My only problem is you have to guide me how this seed will be distributed. Do I send them to the?
Honorable Minister.
Yes, madam.
We always know the guidelines are there. All you need to do is to provide to the members. Procurement, you give, they always write to the members, come and pick seeds for your constituency, but they go through NADS.
Okay.
Yes.
Mama, I will give you the full facts tomorrow. tomorrow. No, I know today we are going on recess. Am I right? I will deal with you, Madam Speaker. Then you will communicate to the members of Parliament.
Honorable members, I will communicate to you where to pick the seeds from. Honorable Ariko Herbert, we are on matters of national importance.
Having challenges. Okay.
I have said I will communicate where to pick the seeds from. And now that we are getting from prisons, those are actually the best seeds. Government to government. Honorable Ariko.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, close to 2 months ago, I was here on this floor to raise a matter regarding constant power blackout that affects Soroti City and all the surrounding areas. Right Honorable Speaker, we all know that His Excellency the President issued a letter to the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development that the Umeme concession is probably one that we are not going to renew. Right Honorable Speaker, the challenges of Umeme are escalating by the day. From the constituency where I come from, Right Honorable Speaker, Umeme no longer replaces transformers. Umeme no longer services the power lines. Umeme does not invest in infrastructure anymore. And yet, Right Honorable Speaker, according to the concession agreement, government and the Ugandans continue to meet their part of the obligations. Right Honorable Speaker, the people that I represent, who comprise those that live in the CBD of Soroti District, most of them involved in manufacturing, industrial work, and other artisanal kind of engagements, cannot operate anymore because they don't have power to work. Madam Speaker, I know the Right Honorable Prime Minister promised that she will call a meeting in which myself and the Umeme people would be in attendance. Madam Speaker, may I pray? I wish to report that that meeting has not happened. Right Honorable Speaker, I therefore pray that this house that you do chair takes up the matter of Umeme failing to supply electricity to Ugandans and therefore affecting their economic productivity. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a committee that can delve in detail. I grant you an opportunity.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, as you may be aware, in the 9th Parliament, myself in an ad hoc committee chaired by the Honorable Jacob Oboth, I saw him dressed differently today. We did conduct inquiries into the affairs of this sector. And under his able leadership then, we came up with recommendations, including terminating this concession. As we speak today, the prices for electricity have skyrocketed. It contrary to the law, because they need, first of all, approval from Electricity Regulatory Authority. And the process involves including advertising in the papers. Now, in addition to what the Honorable Herbert Ariko is saying, even in areas where they are supplying electricity, people can no longer afford it. Businesses are closing down. So to strengthen the point raised by my colleague and son, the Honorable Ariko, it must be a deeper inquiry, because I understand, yes, he's my son. 7 years after our report, the president himself came out and said, we ought to terminate. But to date, they are still running, and Ugandans cannot afford the electricity.
Honorable Sagona, you are aware that the Umeme concession is coming to an end soon. Maybe we need to have an exit strategy for Umeme concession.
Right Honorable Speaker, much obliged in accordance with your guidance. That Right Honorable Speaker, before 2025 arrives when the concession terminates itself by expiry of date.
Let's have prayers in regard to the load shedding.
Right Honorable Speaker, the load shedding, besides what the minister is going to tell us here, requires of him to give this house tangible responses that are punitive in nature, because the concession has certain provisions which make it painful for the service provider to continue acting unilaterally. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And on top of the load shedding, when the power comes back, it comes when it is heavy and it destroys the appliances in the house. And at the end of the day, the cost is on you, Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I thank Honorable Ariko for raising that issue, and also those supplementary questions that have been raised. First of all, the current outage, what Honorable Ariko is pointing out is actually true. We have a challenge in northern eastern Uganda and then eastern Uganda. Currently, there was vandalism that happened in the line which takes power to the eastern region and northeastern. Just after Kakira, 4 pylons were actually brought down. And that caused what Honorable Ariko is talking about currently. We are putting up those pylons temporarily to enable power to flow. However, we were forced to actually bring the power from Karuma, but the wooden line between Lira and Soroti Puyu could not accommodate the power that's stable enough to enable the manufacturing and all the processes in eastern Uganda and northeastern. We're able only to take through that transmission line 75 megawatts from Karuma. And that power has to be shared in the whole region. And that power, 75 megawatts, is not adequate to actually run all the industries in eastern Uganda. So that explains the rationing of electricity. What is the ministry doing about it? There are a number of measures the ministry has put in place. Number one, to remedy the vandalized line, the transmission line. We are putting temporary structures to enable that line to actually continue taking power to eastern Uganda and northeastern Uganda. The second strategy is on the transmission of power from Karuma. One of our agencies, UEDCL, is actually working on the interconnectors to improve the power flow and also increase the power that can be transmitted from Karuma. Karuma now is producing about 300 megawatts. And if the line is improved, that would enable us to have a circuit, double circuit, which would enable us to provide power from both eastern and also from Karuma to the eastern region and northeastern. The areas which are affected are Tororo, Mbale, Soroti, and the effect of that power surges also affect Moroto. So we are working to improve the power supply in those areas. Now the question on Umeme.
How much timeline have you given for all what you're saying?
Yes, I'll talk to the timelines. One, to improve the transmission line from which was vandalized, we have actually put temporary measures to improve that line to the eastern region and northeastern. The three that way.
It's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as Honorable Aliko put it, the issues to do with electricity, the way it is supplied, the inefficiencies, all those matter as captured by the presentation of Honorable Aliko. We are captured by the Committee of Assurance and Implementation, which was led by my deputy, Honorable Seungu, and your committee has a ready report on the matter, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if it would please you, wouldn't it be procedurally okay if you would allow that report is presented to you so that you consider if it covers that area and the same be listed for discussion in this plenary, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
I beg that it pleases you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. It doesn't cause any harm for a member to raise what is urgent in his or her constituency. So for now, let's have a response. Your report will come and we'll discuss the report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On Umeme, this House has asked several questions. When does the concession come to an end? And why don't we terminate it? Cabinet decided that we allow the concession to go to it is cost up to 2025. It is cheaper for us than terminating it midway. It was going to be very costly.
And that's why I was telling you, you need to have an exit strategy.
So now on the investment of Umeme, to continue reducing the investment costs of Umeme, we have actually slowed them down on investing their money. We only allow them to do activities where we have the money.
Honorable Okasai Opolot. The question is very simple. How do we mitigate the load shedding? Just tell us in the local way. We don't want those stories. Tell us in a local way that how do we mitigate load shedding? Yes.
I'll actually talk about.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Here.
In 2021, when we were still sitting in the tent, I raised the issue of electricity vandalization in Kashar North constituency. Lines were vandalized in 2020. It is under Umeme. It affects my house, even me. I don't have power in my house. So my clarification I'm seeking, because I have heard the Honorable Minister talking about restoration, temporary restoration in the east. What about Kashar North, which I raised a long time ago, when will it be attended to?
Can we have a response for the whole country? Not specifically Soroti, but at least Soroti has raised it. And as I'm saying, I know you're an engineer, but tell us in a way that our voters will understand that we are going to restore power. The load shedding is going to reduce. Give us a response to that. Yes, clarification.
Right Honorable, I thank you.
Is bring a clarification and you bring it to.
I thank you, my senior brother, the leader of the opposition in Parliament, for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker, as the minister gives us that strategy that he is going to offer this House, he mentioned that they have asked Umeme to slow down on the investment on the grid. Right Honorable Speaker, part of the problem of lack of supply is failed transformers. Transformers can only be replaced by way of investment, and so on and so forth. As he gives this explanation, like you have guided very clearly, in what way is he going to give assurance to the Ugandans that the next 2 years, as we wait for this concession to terminate itself, how are they going to survive by way of business and economic productivity? I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I heard the minister so well stating that they have since advised Umeme to scale down on investment in the sector. One of the indictments on Umeme is failure to invest as per the concessional agreement. So is the minister informing the country that Umeme has overinvested? And therefore you have advised them to scale down on investment. Members are reporting vandalism and failure of replacement of transformers and basic repairs. Has Umeme overinvested beyond the concession?
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. To answer your question, what are we going to do? What does the ministry plan to do to ensure reliable supply of electricity countrywide? One, controlling vandalism. And this one is about all of us, because it is in your constituencies, it is in my constituency that vandalism takes place. We must get involved in controlling vandalism. In Kashari, it is vandalism. In Eastern Uganda, it is vandalism. In your district, can I continue?
Let the minister first
I've
finish. then.
given you one measure, control vandalism. The second one, we have.
But he's also saying that there are no transformers. So how will they vandalize what is not there?
Honestly, it is not only the lines which are vandalized, they actually siphon off transformer oil, which is common knowledge. So vandalism is a primary cause of power upsurges. The second one, wherever it is reported, we actually provide clearance for Umeme to replace the transformers. But where there is no report, we cannot clear. And we have attended to very many areas where reports were made. The third measure, the Honorable Lope actually talked about what is the sustainable mechanism to do this. And why should we stop Umeme from investment? The project which you approved has been declared effective, and we're actually going to use it for sustainability of the power supply to wherever power there are upsurges of electricity. And then for Honorable Wariku, yes, Umeme may have continued and made many of us comfortable. When it is true, Umeme had invested, and we owe Umeme a lot of money. And I actually came here one time and requested that, can we provide a supplementary? And it was not given to pay off Umeme. And we have got to continuously reduce the buyout amount for umeme, or else we shall not, in the agreement, umeme will only relinquish the supply when we have paid the amount which we owe them. So we're actually mindful of the future than what it is now. And we have interim measures to provide electricity to the country as of now. I wish to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. I need an answer for what has been asked. We need an answer. What we've gotten is not the way our people understand. We need the response to that. You may give a response through action. How do you work on the issue of load shedding? And it's not only in Soroti or whichever place, even here in Parliament. I can tell you now we're on a generator in Parliament. Yes. We get load shedding in this building over 3 times in a day. And we don't know what is happening. Now, what about Soroti, which is far? What about Kabale, which is over outside this country? So we need a response to that through action. Honorable Apa, Lucy.
So most obliged, Right Honorable
You
Speaker.
need to move throughout the whole country and have that sorted out. Lucy?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on a matter of urgent and very painful situation that happened on the 30th of August at around 3 p.m., where a group of about 100 people invaded a village called Bedmont in Apa, killed 4 people, injured 10 people, and about 8 people are unaccounted for up to now. Madam Speaker, if you saw the pictures that were circulating in the social media, very painful situation. The bodies were ferried, tied on borders, and then taken to Mungula Hospital under the watch of our good police officers. Just 2 days before this incident happened, the people in Apa raised a security alert. And for your information, Apa is so lucky that there is an army barracks and a police station. They reported the incident that they are seeing suspicious movements of people. And the army and the security did nothing until we lost lives. Well, the issue of Apa has come here, I don't know how many times. But what pains is the continuous human rights abuse violations with impunity. And why I say impunity, because no single human being has ever been arrested. And on a cumulative number of over 30 people so far killed in Apa, no single human being has ever been arrested for killing people, for killing Ugandans. And that is why I call it impunity. We have a barracks there and no one is doing anything. My prayer, Madam Speaker, is that the people of Apa deserve better and their security must be guaranteed. 2, that this parliament finds it necessary to revisit its decision that it made in 2002 that is causing the lives of people. And in my thinking, that decision was made when the people of Acholi were in IDP camps, and their decision was not sought on, and the place was gazetted. So my prayer is you come to the rescue of the people. As I speak now, 286 houses were burnt down, and then people have nowhere to sleep.
There's
I give-
information from
From
Santa.
Honorable Santa, thank you.
Senator Santa had raised that issue on Tuesday, and she can complement.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The information I want to give to the House is that on this issue of a power, but before that one, I want the honorable members who don't know to get to know that I'm a shadow minister for special regions, and the special regions are 5, one of which is Northern Uganda. On the same issue of a power, Right Honorable Speaker,
Honorable members, listen to the minister speaking.
we were all surprised because the president of this country has so far set about 3 different commissions to try to find out about the boundaries of Acholi, Amoro, and then the Madi. The 2 other commissions did not put the report in the floor of Parliament. Recently, the president has again put another commission headed by the former Chief Justice Bart Katurebe on the issue of this land over power. But we were surprised. The whole of Acholi sub-region got surprised that on Saturday, the president and one of his daughters went to Gulu to hold some prayers in Boma ground. And the president made a shocking statement that the land in Apa belongs to the Madi. Even before the commission stepped foot in Apa, this was a very surprising statement, because the people who were killed in Apa, the 4 people, are not the Madi people, they are the Acholi people. If that land belonged to Madi, these 4 people who were killed should have been the Madi people. I am thinking that some people want to bring confusion and conflict between the Acholi people and the Madi people for their other intentions. So that's why we want the government really to come and explain to us why, who are these people? Because they all Acholi people are now concerned.
Honorable Santa, we may not be able to rely on what you're saying the president said. Since the president is not in this house, we cannot discuss about him. If you say the passing statement, it's not something that we can refer in this house. The fact is that we need to have issues of APA resolved. That is a fact. Because this thing has been there for long, too long. We are seeing so many dead bodies. I don't know which minister is going to respond to. The Prime Minister.
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker.
A General Katumba would be in a better position, really. He has been in. Okay.
Right,
Right,
Honorable
listen to the
Speaker.
Prime Minister.
His Excellency, the President has put up a commission of inquiry. And I want us to be patient, though the Minister of Security or ministers in charge of security should be taking up all the urgent issues as far as APA is concerned. But the commission of inquiry is already in place, so we are waiting as they also handle the urgent issues. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable.
I want to call Honorable O.O.
A right to live. We need those people secure. That is what is most important. As we wait for the report from the commission, come and tell us how you're going to protect our people.
Fix it. Right Honourable Speaker, thank you. And the comfort given by the Prime Minister is well accommodated. The third commission in line is well received. And I hope the people of Acholi and the people of Madi will take it in good faith. Remember, Right Honourable Speaker, that the second commission was led by none other than General Moses Ali. And you remember the flares on this floor over the same because of conflict of interest. The issue of the president decreeing on who owns land is public information, Right Honourable Speaker. And that is most disturbing to the people in northern Uganda. The president, after putting up a commission, decreed the owners. And that is a bit disturbing that that decree was made by the president.
I cannot rule on what I did not hear.
Much
I
obliged, Honourable
did not
Speaker.
hear it.
Now
If you're in Igulu and you heard it, Lob did not hear. Lob is just relying on what
Right
is-
Honourable Speaker, you know my office is a consumer of intelligence information, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker,
Honorable members,
what should you come to
please.
bear?
There's information from no.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to, the Prime Minister talks about the judicial.
You're giving him information.
I'm giving information. The Prime Minister is talking about the Judicial Commission of Inquiry, that they will solve this problem. But I want to inform that even with the—
First of all, I don't want Acholis to speak, and I don't want West Nilers to speak. You are the ones who are causing these problems. You politicians of Acholi and West Nile. For me, first of all, what I want is, let's first secure the people. You're all conflicted. Honorable Minister, Honorable, you're conflicted. You're going now to start talking about.
Of course, the minister should give us assurance, but also to assure the Honorable Lucy Akello that the allegation of intelligence being received by security and ignored it should be responded to, that actually intelligence was delayed and not responded to is a matter the minister should react to. Otherwise, he will be, as a minister, liable in criminal negligence. He is aware of his duty. Right Honourable Speaker, again, that we are aware that this time round, the report from the commission will be made public. Otherwise, a third commission in line without one being made public is suspect, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't want us to reduce the issues of our power to a land issues or boundary issues. What is happening now is criminality, the aspect of killing people. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I sympathize and I share the sorrow of hearing those great Ugandans being murdered or killed. I'm getting this from this house, from Honorable Member of Parliament, Lucy Akello. And she knows I've been to Amuro with her, among other people. I pray that, Right Honourable Speaker, you allow us as the three ministries, security, police, internal affairs, and defense, to caucus with the honorable member so that we can find a way forward, especially to make sure that the area is secured and the people are secured. We can make that undertaking right away.
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Yakobo Oboth and I have known each other for a long time. And I want to insist, including against his protest, that he's an intelligent man that is able to appreciate these issues. The matter where you guided and that I had earlier sought to raise on, is a matter of life and death. Informing us that the 4 ministries or whichever, they are mutilated in so many subsections, intend to sit is diversionary. What you demanded, and I'm behind you 100%, Madam Speaker, are immediate measures to ensure security and tranquility. We can wait for this report, even including for 1,000 years, as long as the beneficiaries of the report will be alive. We have so far lost 30 from the reports. I have been looking at the person I designated by description to be Prime Minister today, not Deputy. And this is the person who is supposed to be coordinating the ministries. But she's quiet and is not giving us any way forward about providing security as a matter of immediate concern. The others could be policy issues. Are we proceeding well? I saw Honorable Both leaving the microphone without guarantees as of now.
Honorable Medad, it is unfortunate that you came before. You got the microphone before you finished. And the Prime Minister, by calling Honorable OO, was a coordination role that come and give us a position from the security perspective. So she's doing her work.
As I conclude, I know that Honorable Medad is missing me, but the honest truth is that the meeting of the 3 ministers does not have to take a day. It can be just a matter of a phone call from here. And we have the security infrastructure already there. We are going to find out more details and we act. This government cares. Thank you.
Honorable OO kindly coordinate the issue of protecting the people of APA. Let's have the lives protected. Honorable Silwani.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I raise on a matter of national importance, and it is concerning the Civil Aviation Authority in Entebbe. Right, Honorable Speaker, the new departure terminal that was commissioned last year by His Excellency the President. As I talk today, when it rains, Right, Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of tension. The whole place floods. Actually, when rain is coming, there is a lot of tension. The officers are almost looking for buckets. Right, Honorable Speaker. In the departure launch, Right, Honorable Speaker, I've shared photos with several members, and I've even forwarded a photo to the Minister General, to the General. I don't know if he has received. The situation is very bad. Why would we have a departure launch that is flooding? You cannot walk. The water is almost at the knee. Right, Honorable Speaker. Yes, honorable members, I have the photos.
What are your prayers?
My prayer is the Minister of Works immediately gives us a response to this matter and have it sorted, because the tourists are starting to run away. They are getting discouraged. And you know, the airport is our face.
Honorable members, do you have the factual information, or it is social media information? Because the social media of Uganda can write anything. They can do anything. So if you have the pictures, the actual pictures from the ground, can you lay on table?
Right, Honorable Speaker, what I'm talking is not hearsay. I saw it by my eyes. Right, Honorable Speaker. When I saw it by my eyes, Right, Honorable Speaker, I took photographs, which I have been sharing with the members.
There's a procedural matter.
Madam Speaker, this is the Parliament of Uganda, and is being watched internationally. And then we have a commissioner here without evidence.
Honorable members, just the first seat. You know, that place is under construction. You could have taken a Uganda because they will not have a way of exiting Uganda. Let's not use the WhatsApp messages, the media messages for us to make sure to destroy our own country. Honorable Minister, it is not true.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I really appreciate. Honorable members, we all belong to this country. This is the only nation we have. And if something is happening to our nation, we should not go out and make it even look worse than what it is. It's not true that the departure lounge was commissioned last year. The president has never commissioned anything on that airport. So that's not true.
General,
Secondly, the
General,
departure
cool
lounge,
down.
yes, ma'am. Secondly, the departure lounge is under construction. We are doing an expansion of both the departure lounge and the arrivals. And we have targeted October before the Independence Day for those two facilities to be opened. Now, during construction, there are some areas which have not yet been fully finalized. Where the tent, those who have traveled through the airport, where the tent is, this is the area he's referring to. So please, let's be nationalistic. The press has not flooded, as it says, that the water is up to the knees.
Listen
So
to
it's not true.
By the way, the person speaking is a general. So listen to general. Honorable members, the Entebbe airport, that place is very, very safe. I just came this morning and I used the same terminal. And when you're constructing, even if it is your own house, automatically that happens. So let's be proud of our country and we should not discourage other people from coming in. Ebwalu, yes, diplomacy, Solomon, Honorable Solomon, first withdraw your statement.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in the interest of the country.
Honorable Solomon, Commissioner, withdraw your statement.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I withdraw.
And apologize.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Apologize.
What?
Apologize.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Apologize.
Order. Order.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I withdraw the statement, but
apologize.
Right, Honorable Speaker, maybe I seek your guidance to apologize for
bringing social media information, false information.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I apologize.
Thank you. Ebwalu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on the 14th of December 2021, I raised a matter of land grabbing in Soroti district, one concerning the Soroti Golf Club that has been grabbed from the owners. This is public land, government land, measuring up to 40 acres of land. Right Honorable Speaker, the land has been grabbed by a company called Pilgrim, and they have subdivided it into two. That is between Pilgrim and then Shinda.
What? There is an order. Honorable Seno, honorable members, I am constrained to give Honorable Seno the microphone because I know the history. You're a member of Pilgrim. Please go ahead and raise your issue.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the protection. Madam Speaker, the same company called Pilgrim has gone ahead to grab land of the Uganda Broadcasting Services, UBC, in Dakabela. They duped the president. Now they are planting trees in that land. Madam Speaker, the Soroti Golf Club now is being guarded by soldiers. Soldiers are all over that place. You cannot reach that place. And they have started construction of a hotel in that place. Anybody who passes in that land is arrested. Madam Speaker, on the 14th, I laid here on the floor of Parliament documents. You ably referred this matter to the Attorney General to follow and report to this Parliament. But just like my leader of the opposition said here, there is a lot of backlog. The Attorney General has never reported back to this Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that you find it placed to refer this matter to the committees, the relevant committees in Parliament, so that this matter can be investigated and reported back to Parliament. I thank you. I take information.
Honorable member, I don't want you people to bring your Soroti issues here. Don't bring Soroti. This issue, Honorable Prime Minister, there was an aspect of the Gulf Coast land that was raised in this house and the Attorney General was supposed to handle. There was also an issue of UBC land. UBC land is in my report, our report with the Honorable Segona, when we're still in Kosase, of 236 acres. That is in the process of being grabbed. So we need that issue to be resolved. Can we have the Committee of Infrastructure? Committee of Infrastructure.
Guidance, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I appreciate your guidance, and I'm very glad you have a vivid memory of what we traversed in respect to UBC. One aspect that remains outstanding that has been stated is the presence of soldiers guarding suspected land grabbers.
That is okay. I'm going to rule on
And you
that.
have a minister there.
That is okay. I want the committee to look at the Sage properties, but then on the issues of security guarding the Sage land. Can we hear from the minister?
The issue of the soldiers being deployed to guard either private or the property in question is a matter that I've also just heard from here.
Honorable Minister, can you make a phone call to Soroti and give me a feedback? That's government land, your land.
With your permission, allow me to exit the plenary so that I can.
Please,
okay.
And respond.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your kindness over this matter. Allow me a minute or less to raise a red flag.
Honorable, we may have another issue on security. Just hold on. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me, now that you have informed the House that you are sending members into their constituencies, to raise a red flag in earnest to members of Parliament, especially members of Parliament coming from urban authorities, cities and municipalities. That actually there is an ongoing syndicate of denuding local governments of assets in so many local governments, denuding cities, municipalities of their assets. Public servants in the cities and municipalities are conniving with the politicians in some places and the officers in the Ministry of Lands, the land registry. In so many municipalities and cities, public land is being parceled and titles sitting upon titles. I would like to invite, of course, with the indulgence of the Speaker, the member wants to give information.
We are stopping these matters now.
Yeah, right, Honorable Speaker, the red flag for the attention of the House for members use this recess to go and check on the asset registers of their local governments. Something amiss and sinister, deliberate is going. Please go and conduct a citizen arrest. In my constituency, I've just arrested one asset being transferred. So the syndicate sharing and selling public assets. And I would like to alert the Minister of Lands and the Minister of Local Government to issue a circular stopping the transfer of public assets and even audit public assets. Cities and municipalities don't have asset registers. When demand for them, they either give excuses. It will be the prerogative of this. Honorable Speaker, the honorable member is a senior and is insistent. Allow me to cede ground for him. Thank you.
Honorable Magesi, can you respond to that? And on the issue of the circular?
Thank you, very right honorable Speaker, and I thank the Leader of Opposition for raising this very important matter. Right honorable Speaker, I see on the order paper we have a report of our Committee of Public Service and Local Government, and this matter is covered under that. But I can quickly say we have issued 2 circulars to the 10 districts and cities. The 10 districts which mothered the cities. There is nobody allowed to sell, to exchange, to dispose of public land within these areas. And we know that under the Public Finance Management Act, such act as the approval of Parliament, and have not submitted any request to you right now.
That is on the policy, but it is in actual sense, it is happening. It is ongoing.
Right honorable Speaker, allow me to make a request through you to the House. Right honorable Speaker, the critical asset in these cities, which is a matter for us as local government as a sector, is the headquarter of the district, of those districts which mothered those cities. They need to shift. It is actually a big matter. All we request is we need at least 1 billion right now to make sure that we start the process of relocating these districts. Immediately this is done. Right honorable Speaker, I want to give you the assurance. Within the next 1 to 2 months, we are having asset negotiations between the cities and those districts, and we shall resolve this matter. This is a pertinent request I'm making to you.
You know, what the members are raising is the sale of the assets. Don't talk about the building alone. Even the land is an asset. So these people are even selling the land.
Right, honorable Speaker, those are fraudulent.
Panado was here
sales.
raising an aspect of the Green Park in Uganda being sold.
Information.
Right, honorable Speaker, that is illegal, and such people must be arrested. It is totally illegal. We shall investigate. We are going to send a team next week, straight away,
Honorable
to
members,
investigate this matter in all the 10 cities.
as you go to your constituencies, interest yourself in these things. Please do. Edie?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of land is a very sensitive issue because the land is an asset, not only to individuals, but to government. Right Honorable Speaker, there is something that the government should do, investigate in the Ministry of Land. I raised a matter here that there is an area in my constituency, Winya County South. There is
a forest reserve that hasn't been degazetted. But the Ministry of Lands has continued to issue land titles on the area that hasn't been degazetted, though there is a will by His Excellency the President that he expressed to the people about 48 villages to be degazetted. But this has to be done through Parliament. I wonder how the ministry can issue land titles on an area that hasn't been degazetted. Right, Honorable Speaker. This is regarded as a forest as I talk now. You find NFA chasing people day after day in an area where Minister of Lands is issuing land titles. Right, Honorable Speaker, yesterday you met a delegation of leaders from Mayuge. They raised their petition through your office, Right, Honorable Speaker, and I want to beg that you give me an opportunity. I process this petition.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg that you give me an opportunity after recess to raise a petition of the local leaders from Mayuge who met you yesterday and decry the issues of land titles issued in an area that hasn't been degazetted.
Okay. Honorable members, on the issues of public land, government land, lands should not transfer any public land before we finish these investigations. And I'm giving an order, land should not transfer. Public land everywhere. Because you cannot transfer a public land like what Joab was talking about. You're transferring land belonging to a school, a land belonging to a market, a land. There is a land just next to me here in Nakasero. A football pitch being transferred. Benji, then Sarah. Patrick, Benji, yes.
Right, Honorable, would like to take this up as government. Give us 2 months, local government and lands together. We're going to investigate, take action and submit a report to you.
And honorables, as you go to for recess, where you see there is this anomaly, take action. Don't wait for these 2 months.
Motion.
Yes.
Motion, Madam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, I'm concerned with the irregular impounding of animals by Nile Fiber Board Limited, which is currently manning Chikonda Forest Reserve. That is Chankwan's district. Right Honorable, this vast forest reserve.
Honorable Prime Minister, are you listening?
This vast forest reserve, Right Honorable, stretches through 4 sub-counties, Bananywa, Nsambya, Chigando, Ntunda, and it has very open borders. Right Honorable, there is an animal keeping community surrounding this forest reserve, and quite often animals stray into the forest reserve. They are impounded. This company, they have their own animal detention centers, and when the animals are impounded, they are charged per animal at rates that are not justified and are not issued with the receipts, Right Honorable Speaker. In the circumstance, Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that perhaps the Ministry of Environment, Water and Environment prevails over Nile Fiber Board to prevent this act, because the community is completely impoverished, Right Honorable Speaker. And also, perhaps we can do an assessment to ascertain the kind of damage caused. The Ministry of Agriculture can help us, because this is an animal keeping community which is being affected, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, before I go to the issue of the animals, I want the Minister of Lands, I'm instructing them not to transfer any title belonging to government to individuals, because they are getting an opportunity. Those individuals are getting opportunities to steal the government land, because they know when they come to Minister of Lands, that the titles can be transferred. So like Honorable Margaret said, they will work together to say that they come back here with an action taken. Secondly,
you.
Right Honorable, on the issue of the forest,
Thank you, Right
the Honorable,
Procedure matter.
the
There's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's disturbing to see the Prime Minister also requesting the Minister of Lands not to issue land titles.
She said she's instructing.
My procedure matter, Right Honorable, is we have suffered with the Minister of Lands for so long. Now that it has affected the Prime Minister in her district, we should not only stop on the statement of stopping to issue. Can we really investigate who are the people behind this, Right Honorable? Because Right Honorable, somebody doing that knows very well that this is a government land and they know what they are doing. So when we just say we stop, they will disguise as if they are stopping and they can. So can we really, through your office, dig to the last root of this, right?
Honorable members, I saw the Committee of Infrastructure. Do you have any information?
Right Honorable Speaker, I heard the Minister for Local Government requesting for 1 month.
2
months to go and sit with the Ministry of Lands to harmonize. To me, I see this as a connivance. These two ministries want to sit and harmonize on how to share government land. I am of a view, Right Honorable Speaker, that we don't trust.
Honorable members, listen to Daudi.
I am of a view that as Parliament, we don't trust these two ministers. You refer this matter to the committee that is responsible so that the committee investigates properly and comes back here with a...
There is an order. There is an honorable members. I saw the Committee of Infrastructure investigating lands, and it is ongoing. So the Committee of Infrastructure should give us a report. Yes.
Right,
you have
Honorable
an order?
Speaker. I heard my wonderful brother saying, we don't trust these ministers. They are conniving to steal government land. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is Parliament which approved us. It really...
But
it is, these are the ministries in charge of government service delivery without any substantive evidence, without substantiating the members' assertion. Right, Honorable Speaker, is it in order for Honorable Commander to assert that ministers of local government and lands are not trustworthy and they should not be entrusted with government work? Is it in order?
Honorable member, if there was no evidence in place that the land that belongs to government is not being transferred, then it would be wrong. But the fact that there is even somebody who raised an issue here that the land belonging to Bunyoro University, where our able minister of finance comes from, is being transferred to a private person. So it's in order.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, we agreed we have, I know I still have members who will continue from there. We also need some good business. A response from on Binji's issue.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to call the minister in charge to take up this issue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, at the beginning of this year, the Ministry of Education and Sports issued guidelines, a calendar for schools to follow, school opening and closing. But continuously, Right Honorable Speaker, I have been observing schools having their own calendars. As we speak now, as per the calendar issued by the Ministry of Education, schools are supposed to open for the third term on the 18th of September. However, there are schools that are opening on 10th, 9th, 10th over this weekend. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to know from the Minister of Education whether these school calendars were just issued for formality or whether schools are supposed to comply with them. This is the matter that I want to know, because that has an effect, stressing parents with school fees. Children have just come back home, hardly 2 weeks, they are supposed to report back. So, Right Honorable Speaker, and even the children are supposed to rest. But you find a child comes home, hardly 2 weeks, they are supposed to report back. And that has an effect on the mental health of both the parent and the child. So, Right Honorable Speaker, can I find out from the Minister of Education whether these schools, I want to appreciate Honorable Muyingo, I have seen your circulars, schools are opening on 18th, but others are not complying. So can I find out whether it's for the sake?
Is it on the same? Honorable members, on matters of national importance, we'll first stop on that. We'll give the 2 reports of PAC. Then we come back to matters of national importance. We must finish them. If we finish now, all the matters, these ministers will take off. Yes,
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to seek a clarification from Honorable Sarah on whether it could be possible for her to specifically guide the ministry on the examples of the schools that have actually opened now, so that when they're investigating, they are certain of which schools, because I'm aware of some schools that have not opened.
Christine.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to support the position of Honorable Sarah Pendi. Madam Speaker, as we're speaking now, there are already schools operating, and they have termed it a holiday program. And in the regulations from Ministry of Health, that is even not allowed. As I speak, Tororo Girls is on because my daughter is there. So how much time do they give students to rest as they prepare for third term? Madam Speaker, it is especially private schools that don't respect the programs of government, and they think that is one way.
It's a private school.
No, it is a government, but I'm giving in terms of percentage. So what my brother is saying, Madam Speaker, if given time, we can give a list of schools that are operating now, and yet others are going to open on the 11th of this month. No, before 18th, there are those opening on the 11th. I know some of them. Thank you.
Honorable, no, that is still, Kumi is still the same. That is still Kumi. Kumi, your woman has talked, so for you, sit. Silo, you have something else?
Right Honorable, you see, when my one member of parliament speaks, it's good for me to compliment. So I have the other part of the point. Besides the parents being stressed, families don't have the opportunity to parent the children. We do not have the time with the children. So that is the real point. People don't have the time. Within 1 month, within 1 week, they have taken away the child. When do we have that touch, that parental touch? I think that's the point I wanted to stress. So I think, thank you so much.
Honorable members, Silo has raised a very important issue. On top of the financial stress, you don't have time for your children, and then you, at the end of the day, you fail in parenting. When is the exact day of reporting to schools as the ministry?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. First of all, I would like to begin by thanking colleagues for raising these pertinent issues. But Madam Speaker, it's also important that I request our colleagues, our offices are open. We have an office here in the members' house. It would be prudent that some of this very useful information is given to us for actions. Because now, Honorable Saropen, I just want you to tell us the names of the schools, like my honorable colleague has mentioned of Kumi, she has identified Toro Girls. So as the Minister of Education, we might be issuing circulars. We might be giving the dates of when schools are going to be open, and the proprietors of these schools don't follow. So it's important. We are given Toro Girls. We are going to follow up with Toro Girls. Why have you reopened the school before the official date of opening of schools? That's the information which we need. I thank you.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. Honorable members, listen. Honorable members, it takes you back to what I was raising the other day. Much as you give out to the circulars, the monitoring process. Who monitors?
Madam Speaker, first of all, we have district educational officers across the country. We have district inspectors across the country. The ministry is housed here in the Embassy House. We have chief administrative officers across the country. In terms of monitoring the circulars and follow-up, it is the respective officers I've mentioned who are meant to follow up, and us at the ministry. I thank you.
Daudi, honorable members, I am going to wait for a response from the minister. Even when the house is on recess, write it to me on your findings. Yes, Daudi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. It is very good that we have received information from Honorable Peter Ogwang, how they have a district inspector of schools, how they have a DEO,
cow,
how they have a cow, and how they have a ministry here. And the Honorable Minister has had information from the two members complaining about schools in various districts. I am just seeking clarification from the Minister. Of all the departments you have mentioned that are monitoring, according to you, are they really working or they are just there occupying space?
Madam Speaker, first of all, I want to put this on record. It is true we have these respective officers who are employed by the government of Uganda. It is true Parliament appropriates money for these specific officers to work for on behalf of the people of Uganda. Failure by an officer to do his work should not be a responsibility to be tagged to the entire government. It's your role to work for Uganda. I want that to go on record. And for that purpose, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, it is our responsibility as members of Parliament to monitor and to carry out oversight of the entire government. Now that she has raised, I have asked, can I be given a specific name of the school so that we follow up as a Minister of Education and Sport? I thank you.
Right Honorable, the Honorable Saro Pendi and the Member of Parliament from Kumi, including myself, we are privileged that we can come to this house and talk and give you this information. What happens to a villager who's there watching this TV, who cannot access you, who cannot access a DEO, who's not an MP? What is going to happen to that villager?
Honorable members, when you continue making noise, why don't you listen? When one person is speaking, give that person to speak. Honorable members, I know there's laxity in our teams, say the DEO, the inspector of schools, the cow. However, I want to refer you to the Constitution. What is our role as leaders? What is our role as leaders? one of our very vital role is oversight. And I have told you members, don't wait for anybody to take action. You're responsible for that district. Take action when you get such things are happening. Now, Sarah, you have been knowing that information. The Ministry of Education is not very far from here. Why were you keeping that information? Why don't you take the information to the respective ministries? But also respective ministries. How many times do you get reports from the district, from each district? And that's what takes us back to the issue of regulations. We have a law, but we have no regulations. Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker, as the Minister of Education, we will come back to Parliament and lay the regulations, what we have come up with. I thank you.
What is the date you're giving this country for opening of schools?
Madam Speaker, the official date of opening schools is 18th. It's like Honorable Othar Openda said. It's 18th September.
In the circumstance that you get a school that has opened before 18th, what are you going to do?
That is now an area where I'm asking for specific schools for action because it's again as a policy of government.
Procedural.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Want to know what
Honorable Minister. The people, the members that are here are parents. The members who are here are parents and they know what is happening. It's not a matter of us having a debate. We need to guide this country.
Madam Speaker, I want to put it on record and I want to call upon my honorable colleagues. First of all, it is a policy of government and a directive of government that schools must open on 18th.
Have you issued a circular to that effect?
Madam Speaker, before it was issued to the entire country. Yes, that and is the reason most members of Parliament here know that the official opening of schools is on 18th.
Honorable member, Honorable Minister and a member of Parliament of Ngariam, can we have that circular saying that schools open on 18th laid on table?
I'll bring that on Tuesday.
No. Honorable,
Madam Speaker, maybe.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister, I can give you time to get out, pick the circular and lay it on table. We will give you 10 minutes as we go to the next item.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
We will allow you to lay when you come. Next item. Next item.
Item 4. Motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the report of the Auditor General on national, regional referral hospitals and other specialized.
Honorable members, can I have order in the House? We have a very important motion. Honorable members, as I guided yesterday, the House will accord a very significant part of our time for the reports from PAC. We need these reports from PAC. The Minister of Finance needs these reports from PAC for his other activities. We are going into a budgeting period and we need these reports to be considered here. And as you know very well that the Constitution gives us 6 months under Article 163(5) of the Constitution. These reports are supposed to be submitted within 6 months. And as I said yesterday, the other day, if the reports are not going to be submitted by end of the month, say by the beginning of next month, we'll adopt them omnibus. For today, we have a report from PAC, and I want to invite the chair of PAC to give us an executive summary. And I want to ask the clerk to upload the reports, all of them. Well, Thank you. Chair? Yes, Mr. Procedure.
Madam Speaker, you had instructed the Minister of State for Defense not to exceed, and I thought you were going to allow me, because I was on your list, to raise the issue of the plight of UPDF officers.
I am going to allow you after these reports. I have, as I've said before, that you will continue with the matters of national importance after Park Central. So the minister can first go and confirm the issues of Soroti Golf Course. And APA. We need security in APA.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity and also invite you to ask the member, Honorable Kabanda from Kasambia, to keep quiet. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, permit me to present the reports of the committee after scrutinizing the report of the Auditor General in respect of the health sector, and particularly the following institutions. There are quite a number, but as you guided me, I have prepared an executive summary, and the reports have been uploaded onto the members' iPads. But before I proceed to do that, permit me to lay on table the minutes as required by the rules in respect of all the proceedings of the committee.
Please,
I
Mayor.
humbly do so. Permit me also to lay on table, as a matter of procedure and constitutional requirement, one of the annexure to the committee report is the report of the CID as tasked by the committee in respect of the affairs of the existence of coffee shops established by the Office of the Prime Minister and a private partner, Inspire Africa Limited, in selected districts, which the committee established to be non-existent, despite the expenditure of 20 billion Uganda shillings.
Please,
I
Mayor.
lay the report of the CID on table. Right Honorable Speaker, with respect to the regional referral hospitals and other specialized health votes, I now to proceed with the summary as guided. Madam Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, Article 163(4) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda mandates the Auditor General to submit to Parliament an annual report of all accounts audited by him for the financial year immediately preceding. The Constitution further, under Article 163(5), requires Parliament to debate and consider the report and take appropriate action within 6 months after the submission of the Auditor General. The report of the Auditor General on regional and national referral hospitals for the fiscal year 2021-22 was presented and adopted and sent on the 19th of February and referred to the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, for consideration. In accordance with Rule 174 of the Rules of Procedure of the House, the committee considered these reports and proceeded to satisfy itself, among others, that the monies appropriated by Parliament and disbursed were legally available for and applicable to the service or purpose for which they have been applied and charged. The expenditure conforms to the authority which governs it. C, reappropriation has been made in accordance with the provisions of the rules of a competent authority, and the intended value of the expended monies was attained. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the scope of our report.
The report covers audit queries contained in the report of the Auditor General for the period ended 30th June 22 in respect of the national and regional referral hospitals, namely Mulago National Referral Hospital, Mulago National Specialized Women and Neonatal Hospital, Butabika National Mental Referral Hospital, Kawempe, Chirudu and China-Uganda Friendship Hospitals, and others include Entebbe Hospital, Mubende, Kabale, Jinja, Soroti, Lira, Gulu, Erua, Hoima Regional Referral Hospitals. In addition, the report further covers findings on other specialized health-related institutions and votes, as well as programs such as the Uganda Cancer Institute and the Uganda Virus Research Institute. The methodology adopted by the committee included holding meetings with accounting officers and staff of the mentioned votes. The committee further conducted desk research to understand the legal and policy provisions relating to appropriation, disbursement, expenditure, and accountability of public funds. The committee examined the report of the Auditor General in respect of all the entities in issue for the accounts for the year under review, the memoranda, responses, and other documents submitted by witnesses, to whom we are grateful for the industry exhibited. Right Honorable Speaker, because of the volume of the report, allow me present an overview of the general observations and recommendations on issues that cut across almost all the entities of the sector. I beg your indulgence that members may be allowed to refer to the report uploaded on the iPads for the details of and findings, as well as recommendations. General observations and recommendations. Implementation of quantified outputs. Section 13, 15B of the PFMA provides that a policy statement submitted by vote shall contain an annual and 3 months work plans, outputs, targets, and performance indicators of work plans. Equally, Regulation 11.3 of the PFMR 2016 requires that a vote should prepare work plans that indicate the outputs of the vote for the financial year, the indicators that are to be used to gauge the performance of the outputs, and the funds allocated to each entity or activity. Beg your pardon. From the report of the Auditor General, most votes for listed did not implement the outputs fully, despite having received the required funds. Many accounting officers the committee interacted with attributed this partial implementation to the lockdown instituted by government at the time as a measure to curb the spread of COVID-19 pandemic. Should be noted, however, that although COVID-19 disruptions were a reality, health workers were categorized as essential workers at the time and therefore expected to carry on implementing some of the planned activities. Although the committee notes that a number of staff at these institutions had been significantly reduced at the time, which hampered the implementation of the quantified outputs. This especially relates to the non-medical staff. In Kawempe National Referral Hospital, for example, the Auditor General noted that 26 quantified outputs worth 11.557 billion were assessed and established that 23 activities representing 88% were fully implemented, while 3 activities representing 12% were partially implemented. While in Chirudu Regional Referral Hospital, 26 quantified outputs, activities worth 11.557 billion were assessed and established that 23 activities representing, again, 88% were fully implemented, while 3 activities representing 12% were partially implemented. The same cases of partial implementation can be cited in Naguru and Mubende Regional Referral Hospitals. The committee recommends that accounting officers should ensure that planned and approved outputs are implemented, and those that fail should be penalized. Absorption of funds and utilization of warrants. A number of entities were noted in the report of the Auditor General to have failed to optimally absorb the funds that were allocated to them, causing money to be swept back to the treasury. These funds were mostly meant for wage, gratuity, and pension that were not fully paid by the end of the financial year. While interacting with some of these entities, the committee discovered that majority of the affected accounting officers did not seek revision of their budget and work plans as provided for under Section 17.3 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. For example, Chirudu Referral Hospital had a total warrant for the financial year of 21.287 billion. Only 20.656 billion was spent by the entity, resulting in an unspent balance of 0.63 billion, representing an absorption capacity of only 97.6%. While Kawempe Hospital had a total warrant for the financial year of 13.168 billion. The hospital spent 13.03 billion, resulting in an unspent balance of 0.139 billion, representing an absorption capacity of 99%. Entebbe Hospital had warrants amounting to Uganda shillings 3.88 billion, Uganda shillings 3.35 billion was spent by the entity, resulting in an unspent balance of 0.329 billion, representing an under-absorption of 1%. The unspent balance of 0.329 billion was on salaries occasioned by late release of funds, and I wish to invite colleagues to underline late release of funds. Naguru Hospital had total warrants for the financial year of 10.87 billion. Only 9.99 billion was spent by the entity, resulting in an unspent balance of 0.878 billion, representing an absorption level of 91.9%, while Jinja Hospital had a total of receipts of 11.065 billion, of which 9.97 billion was spent by the entity, resulting in an unspent balance of 1.086 billion, representing an absorption capacity of 90%. The committee also noted with concern that some of the unspent funds was a result of late release of funds, especially supplementary budget for salaries, which defeats the conditionalities of approval for supplementary budgets as laid down in the PFMA 2015. Committee notes that this is one of the causes of under-absorption. Section 17 of the PFMA states that any appropriation by Parliament expires by 30th June and ceases to have any effect at the close of the financial year for which it is made. The committee recommends, therefore, 1, that the Accountant General strictly enforces Section 15.2 of the PFMA 2015, which requires that the annual cash flow plans issued under subsection 1 be the basis for release of funds to entities. 2, that accounting officers should strictly adhere to the annual budget performance contract signed with the PSST pursuant to Section 45 of the PFMA 2015. The contract binds accounting officers to deliver on activities in the work plan of the vote for the financial year submitted under Section 13.15 of the PFMA 2015. Finally, all releases for wages must be made in a timely manner to ensure recruitment for service delivery. 1.3 is on misclassification of expenditure and mischarge. The audit established that a number of entities irregularly diverted funds from the activities on which they were budgeted and spent on other activities without seeking and obtaining the necessary approvals. The accounting officers explained that this was due to the inadequate budget allocation to the entities, yet the hospitals experienced unplanned emergencies like frequent equipment breakdown, water and sewage crisis, frequent power outages that required more fuel and injections, I beg your pardon, in the wards, infections in the wards and theaters due to high patient numbers, thus the need for urgent fumigation services. Other accounting officers explained that the hospitals had shortfalls on pension
but there were extra funds on gratuity budget, so they would mingle. In order to avoid accumulation of pension arrears, the hospitals paid pension from gratuity budget. The committee observed that misclassification is diversion of funds, and most of the diversions were effected on statutory expenditure lines of salary, pension, and gratuity. For example, for instance, Lira, Kawempe, Jinja hospitals registered mischarges amounting to 105 million, 47.1 million, and 75 million, respectively. It was also noted that in some instances, the accounting officers over-budgeted and concealed funds under statutory items, yet they were over and above the actual requirement. The committee further observed that diversion of funds is not only contrary to the Public Finance Management Act, but it negatively affects the delivery of services and negates the purpose of budgeting by distorting approved plans. We recommend, therefore, that the affected accounting officers be reprimanded by the PSST for diverting funds from one expenditure item without seeking authority, and a report be given to Parliament within 6 months. The committee further recommends that the accounting officers should utilize the PFMA 2015, which gives guidance on the environment and reallocation of funds within a vote should need arise. 1.4, unauthorized loan deductions. And this, Madam Speaker, is a matter that keeps recurring year after year. The Auditor General noted that in most regional referral hospitals, there were unauthorized loan deductions from employees' salaries without letters of undertaking from the responsible officers. Counting officers explained that this mainly arose from the staff transferred to new stations without their personal files. In such cases, employees would have active deduction accounts without complete records at new stations. In some cases, non-transferred staff faced similar predicaments, thus attracting the attention of the Auditor General. Accounting officers further informed the committee that problematic loans were contracted before Payroll Consults Africa came into existence and were being granted at Ministry of Public Service level. However, currently, all loans are forwarded and granted basing on a letter of undertaking by the accounting officer. Indeed, honorable colleagues, we have raised similar concerns of loan deductions on behalf of the affected civil servants. We have also passed resolutions about this vice, but it continues. In Lira Hospital, for example, audit established that UCLA UBA deducted 12,591,781 shillings from 15 staff without approval of the accounting officer from the Payroll Deduction Management System, PDMS. The 15 staff were not in the quote, my approval report, end of quotes, but in the active deduction report. In Hoima Referral Hospital, the same group deducted 21,015,298 shillings from 8 staff without approval of the accounting officers from the PDMS. The committee observed that the government continues to maintain a manual staff file. The committee observed that government continues to maintain manual staff files, which are not easily movable upon transfer of the affected staff. The practice poses a risk of causing deduction without liability, thus depriving staff of their hard-earned funds. This may also expose government to litigation and, in some cases, industrial action. Further, the committee is cognizant of clauses 2.1.2 and 2.1.4 of the Public Service Agreement between the government, Ministry of Public Service, and the Uganda Consumers Lenders Association, Stroke Bankers Association, which requires a letter of undertaking for each government employee before making employee reservation on the PDMS. Therefore, under the said clauses, Only deductions consented to by employees in writing should be submitted to the Ministry of Public Service for timely monthly payroll processing, or as advised by the employer stroke entity. The committee therefore recommends that accounting officers should ensure that all loan applications are streamlined, with all data being reconciled in liaison with the PCA management and approvals done through the PDMS system. 2, that the hospital management should, within 3 months from the adoption of this report by Parliament, seek for guidance from Ministry of Public Service on the usage of the PCA and the PDMS interface to accurately manage their loan database. That government should migrate from the manual to digital automated files, and no deduction should be made without fully implementing this. Right, Honorable Speaker. Long-standing payables, and this is another monster. The audit established that the amount of arrears in hospitals over time and current budget allocation does not match. For instance, in Chirudu Hospital, management reported a closing balance of payables of 458 million. Kawempe Hospital reported 932 million. Jinja reported 1.5 billion, while Entebbe reported 824 million. The accounting officers explained that accumulated arrears were mainly arising from inadequate funding for the entities, as well as insufficient releases that escalated utility costs. Committee observed that in some instances, the approved budget estimates for the year under review had no provision for the settlement of domestic arrears. These entities cannot run effectively without some of these services. The committee further observed that incurring more debt is contrary to the commitment control system instituted by the government to curb budgetary indiscipline by accounting officers. The committee observed that the accounting officers committed government beyond their approved budget without authorization, contrary to the commitment control system. The committee therefore recommends the accounting officers should ensure adherence to the commitment control systems to minimize the accumulation of domestic arrears, budget for payment of domestic arrears, and also come up with a debt settlement plan with the various creditors to avoid possible litigation and associated costs. B, committee recommends that accounting officers should be held responsible for creation of arrears without authorization. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should also be held liable for failure to clear domestic arrears, which poses a danger of insufficient and ineffective service delivery. IT governance. IT governance entails leadership structures and processes that enable an organization to make decisions to ensure that its IT sustains and extends its strategies and objectives. However, a review of the IT governance structures in some of the entities revealed that, 1, there were no specific structures that steer and oversee IT implementation. Most entities had an approved IT staff structure in place, but not implemented. For instance, Mulago Specialized Hospital, the entity has 1, that is 16%, out of the IT staff establishment of 6. Similar findings were made in respect of Chirudu and China, Uganda, Naguru Hospital. There was no approved IT risk management framework policy at the entity and risk register. There was no business continuity plan, contrary to Section 4.6 of the National Information Security Policy, 2014. The accounting office has explained that management is engaging NITA-U, Ministry of ICT, to establish an IT risk management framework and business continuity plan. Note that the policy is one of 2014, which is 9 years ago. The accounting officers further explained that the hospitals were undertaking consultations with the relevant stakeholders to institute an IT governance structure to effectively and efficiently manage the hospital's IT resources. Committee observed that the absence of an ICT governance structure hampers formulation of appropriate ICT policies. strategies, and real-time upgrade of ICT interventions. In addition, it may lead to misalignment of IT investments with the overall government strategic objectives. We recommend, therefore, that the accounting officer should expedite the processes of engaging NITAU and Ministry of ICT in establishing an IT risk management framework and business continuity plan. The committee further recommends that the accounting officers institute governance policies, structures to effectively manage IT investments in consultation with other stakeholders like that of NITAU. 1.7, understaffing in health facilities. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Auditor General observed that national and regional referral hospitals have staff structures that need to be adequately filled for efficient and effective service delivery. The audit further established that critical gaps, mark the word critical gaps, were mainly observed in the national referral hospitals that were recently elevated from the regional referral status, whose staff structures are yet to be approved by the Ministry of Public Service. They are in place for years, but the structure is not approved by Ministry of Public Service. Most of the accounting officers explained for most of the facilities do not have funds for recruitment, while others, funds for recruitment of staff were warranted and released in the last quarter of the financial year 2022. As a result, there was not enough time for Health Service Commission to recruit staff so that the facilities can absorb funds, and the funds were thus returned to the consolidated funds. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to lay emphasis on this. You identify the gaps, you scamper around and get the funds, but the funds are released in the last quarter, in May, and yet you are supposed to undertake a recruitment process, which takes a minimum of 6 months. The committee observed that inadequate staffing results in heavy workloads and exploitation of existing staff, creates job-related stress, which negatively affects the quality of service delivery to the community. The committee further observes that this partly explains the rampant unemployment and underemployment, yet government has the relevant budget. We recommend, therefore, as follows: that government should ensure adequate funds are provided in the budget and released on time to ensure recruitment plans for health facilities is implemented within the available timelines provided. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should therefore be held liable for the late release of such critical funding. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, for the specific query and recommendations delineated per vote, I invite honorable members to refer to the main report, which is uploaded on your iPad. May I take this humble opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank you immensely for this time and your continuous guidance as we proceed for the future. Let me say that I've also been delighted to hear from you that you have given committees up to end of this month, subject to lifting lockdown during the recess. We undertake to present all the other reports. But for now, for the information and for your guidance, Right Honorable Speaker, we also have the reports ready for the ministries. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Can we first adopt the one of the hospitals before we go to the ministries? And thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for a very good report and exhaustive. When you look at what the Honorable Chair has just presented, the issues that are raised is that the hospitals are acting against Section 22 of the Public Finance Management Act. That is mismanagement of mischarge of expenditure. The mischarge, you can only do a mischarge after getting an approval from the PSST. Then the unauthorized loan deductions from the staff emoluments. That is very criminal. Just imagine it is you whom they are deducting your monies without your authorization. And then the issue of late release, as we talked about it the other day, that the late release is out of so many factors. Either you give your supplementaries from here very late, they bring loans very late. I mean, supplementaries late, and then we release, we give out money, which is not correct. Or they start the procurement late. So that late release of funds is really very dangerous. You look at the understaffing. Understaffing, you go to a hospital. I am happy the interns have been deployed, so that could really help us. The accumulation of domestic arrears, largely attributed to inadequate budget releases. Arrears is very, very dangerous. Why don't you accumulate receivables? Because the opposite of payables is receivables. So you're disadvantaging the people that have supplied you. It is going to accrue interest. It will even go as far as litigation. So we need to make sure that we spend within what we have. And if the institution has made a commitment, then you release that money, because it affects the economy, it affects the supplier, it affects everybody. Then the lapse in management of land. We have talked about land. That issue of land, I am glad we made a resolution in this house. We have made a resolution that no transfer of land without authorization of this house. The stockouts and non-delivery of medical supplies. Just imagine you go to a hospital, you can't even get Panadol. You go to a hospital, the hospital is referred as a referral hospital, and it has nothing, not even a scanner. You go to a hospital like Sorot Hospital, is smelling from the gate up to the end of the hospital. Why? Terrible. There are issues in these hospitals. Do we hear from the ministry? We are not going to put a lot of debate on these reports. They are straightforward. Let's first hear from the minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I personally want to apologize. Yesterday I was not in the house, and it was my turn to be in the house. As you are aware, I have not been well, and I have not fully recovered. But because of the importance of this report, Right Honorable Speaker, I had to come in. I want to thank the chairperson of the committee and the entire committee for a very elaborative, extensive, well laid out good report. At the same time, I want to thank even the Auditor General for the issues of concern that were raised on the national and regional referral hospitals, specialized health services, and
yes, Naomi, Honorable Naomi.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I didn't want to disturb my good friend, Honorable Kawoya. However, she has just told us that she's not been well, but because of this important report, she was forced. And I've seen her, she's been seated there quiet.
She's actually not well.
She's actually not well. But Honorable Speaker, we have a senior minister in that ministry. We have also another minister. They are like three. I always see her coming, whether she's okay, whether she's not. What is happening to the senior minister and your colleague, even to the extent of making you come when you are sick, a patient to come and be here? Are we
Honorable Minister.
procedure right for the patient to come and talk about these patients?
Honorable members, I actually want to excuse Honorable Anifa. Honorable Anifa, you go and rest. The report is there. The report is there. We will expect to get a feedback within 6 months, a treasury memoranda on what has been done.
Thank you,
I
Right
don't want
Honorable
you
Speaker.
to collapse on the
I
floor.
only want to, as I was saying, I was thanking the committee, and I want to commit ourselves as within the 6 months that we are going to take seriously the recommendations, observations, and on the implementation side, and we shall report back to the action taken.
Thank you.
On my senior minister, Right Honorable Speaker, you know, she has been away, and when she came in, she had an engagement with the Minister of Finance yesterday and today. And that's when she asked that I should come in.
She has been sent to Moroto Hospital.
Yes. And
I
my
got-
other
I got
sister
a letter.
colleague is on leave, and she said so. So I had to do the right thing for cause of duty to come here. I thank you,
Thank you.
members. Thank you for your concern.
Thank you.
Right Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Minister, the matters that are raised are financial in nature. When you look at issues of mischarge, when you look at issues of mischarge, when you look at the issue of domestic arrears, you are the one supposed to release the money. When you look at the issues of course, the understaffing comes out of lack of money. If you don't give enough money, how will I recruit more staff? The issue of stock out and stock non-delivery, it is still financial in nature. National medical stores will tell you we didn't have the money. What will happen? On the issue of deducting people's money, unauthorized deductions, that one we can take to local government, but it still comes back to you because of having accounting officers who are not compliant to the law. What do you say about it?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will directly respond to 3 issues, and I will beg your indulgence that on the rest, I will need to retire, and I will give a written report or a written explanation. Late release of funds. Colleagues, the way the treasury operates.
Honorable Minister, you don't need to retire. You don't need to retire to give us a written explanation. We only need a treasury memoranda. That is by law. You're going to look at these items one by one and respond to them and put an action you have taken and then bring it back to the House.
Okay, so that means I need not to respond right now. Am I right?
Yes, you have taken note of what is happening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Doctor?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd wanted that the minister gives clarification on 2 or 3 issues. One, on the issue of drug stockouts. Right Honorable Speaker, as this parliament, last year it was resolved that the money to NMS will be front-loaded for operational funds at the start of the quarter within the first week of the first month. This has not been implemented. And as we speak right now, NMS has not yet delivered within the first quarter. So we're losing 1 quarter. That was something that was supposed to be implemented. It would be important if the minister can clarify on that. Secondly, on the issue of absorption, we had recommended earlier on that if the funds for recruitment can be released within the first 2 quarters, in the same way development budgets are released. Because for boreholes, for example, it's released within the first 2 quarters, then you have 6 months. So I wanted just to raise those 2 issues so that they can be captured as action items.
Honorable Minister, on this, let's see, let him answer one by one. You're talking to an old man. You first answer the issue of NMS, that you're supposed to release money in the first quarter, and then the issue of absorption.
Madam Speaker, I thought you had given me a leeway, yes, to go and make a written explanation of what has been raised.
Honorable Minister, as you go and bring a treasury memorandum, what this house is saying, that it was an agreed position that national medical stores, the money should always be front-loaded in the first quarter, so that it supplies all the hospitals drugs. And in terms of absorption, that money should also be given within the first and second quarter to avoid underabsorption. That's what the House is what the Honorable Minister is saying. Now, he's saying, how come that by now you've not given national medical stores money? Is that true or not?
I cannot confirm right now because I do not have the record with me. If I had known these issues very early, I would definitely give you a different answer.
But,
that's why I'm saying.
You can also make a commitment, Honorable Minister, that you're going to ensure, if it has not been done in the first quarter, you're going to make sure that money to national medical stores is all given in the second quarter.
We shall oblige. We shall oblige, Madam Speaker and colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you. Stephen.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is also clarity on emphasis of matter that might be left out. Whereas we're talking about late release, but what of the misrelease? Releasing money which is supposed to be for pension or areas, and you are releasing it for the money which is needed is salaries, you release for pension, which is causing this mischarge of these officers. Yeah, because there is money that has been put.
You're mixing two things.
Yeah.
What is a mischarge?
It's like a diversion, but the diversion is being caused because money has been sent.
I can do a mischarge, for instance, if I'm given money for parliament, for salaries, and the money that I've been given is not enough. So because the money is not enough, I go and get money from development account without seeking for an authorization. I'm just reminding you that I used to be a chair of accounting committee.
Yes, but what we would like when they are making the report, Right Honorable Speaker, is why do they have to do that? Money which is supposed to be released for particular aspects and they release for something else.
Chair, can you clarify for him to understand on the issue of pension versus salary, gratuity?
Right Honorable Speaker, these are all statutory expenditures. Now, what happens in some cases, you would find the entity budgeted less for pension.
The entity budgeted less, not finance.
Or was given less.
Or was released less.
Yes, released less for pension. So what they would do, they go on gratuity and use gratuity to pay pension. In some other cases, they would use pension to pay salaries, or they would use the gratuity, the pension budget to pay gratuity. They would use them interchangeably. So that's the conundrum we're talking about.
That is the
and-
mischarge we are talking about.
And it is about two. First, it may be against the about the accounting officer budgeting less. But in other cases, it is about Ministry of Finance releasing less for a statutory expenditure. And now the accounting officers find themselves in a tight corner. The pensioners are suing me. I have some excess here. Let me use it.
Honorable Minister, there are some statutory votes or activities. For instance, you can't give us, if you're paying salaries, you can't give us less than what we are supposed to spend. And that's what the Honorable is saying, that because salary, pension, gratuity are statutory, you ought to give all the money. It's not anything that you should release some and remain with some.
More clarification.
I am still talking to the minister. Minister, have you got?
Madam Speaker, at times we get constrained by the cash. You know, we operate a cash budget. Now, with the needs and supply, with the needs, at times we portion the way when we are releasing the money less. Simply because at the time of the quarter, you know, we release cash to the spending agencies at the beginning of a quarter, just like now we did in the month of July this year.
Honorable Minister, what we are saying that pension, salaries, gratuity being statutory, that you must pay whether you want it or not. It takes a first call. What you're saying should not happen. And that is the reason why in the first quarter, you did not pay any money for development. You only consider the recurrent. You rather leave something else, but you pay somebody's salary because it's an entitlement.
Then I must admit, Madam Speaker, that definitely then the Treasury does not read the law correctly. And I really apologize for that. And I want to assure, just hold on, I want to assure you, it will not be repeated now that it has come to my full attention.
Thank you, thank you. Honorable members. Honorable members. What clarification?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like to get clarification on some of the issues raised, especially on the disaster management for some of these hospitals, where I would like to know the plans. Prioritization at some of these institutions is really a challenge. You find that at the moment, we don't see the need for building infrastructure for rainwater harvesting and all that. And then later we find it is really essential. So could there be a guideline, a circular, especially for example in this time, to guide some of these institutions, prioritize, because it is going to destroy much of the infrastructure at these institutions. Right, Honorable Speaker, I would like also to get clarity on supplies and then staff performance. Right, Honorable Speaker, on most of these hospitals, it is—
You want on supplies?
On supplies, on supplies.
What about supplies?
What is the percentage of the ability of an institution to serve our people?
You know, Christian,
yes,
you're now going on issues of policy. That is policy matters. Now we are looking at accountability.
Yes.
Now the matters that you are raising should now go to Dr. Chut's committee. That is the Minister of Committee of Health. Those are policy matters. Tell me issues in regard to accountability.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, the other issue of accountability is on staff time allocation to some of these institutions. We need accountability.
You still go back to what I'm saying.
It is an accountability issue.
No, those are policies. Yes, John?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there seems to be a clear admission from the Minister of Finance that the problem is not singularly with the accounting officers. And the report has recommended punitive action against accounting officers, especially for realignment of resources. It would be prudent that this resolution or recommendation by the committee be adjusted to go case by case, because in many occasions it was
It is on
beyond.
the report. What was reading is an executive summary. You will get a report. If you're talking about Soroti, it has its own report. If you're talking about Lira, it has its own report. So what he read was generic.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of late releases has been discussed since Tuesday and even the days before. However, it could be prudent that we guide the ministry, especially when it comes to requests. Like last financial year, Right Honorable Speaker, we received a loan request for budget support in June when the financial year was ending. Could we come up with a policy where there is a time limitation when especially money which is in budget support, but in terms of loans can come to this house, because approvals would be done many times very late, and it would definitely point to the release of the resources late. Thank you.
Budget support, meaning that the budget is there and you cannot be able to pay any money because there is no money. So they bring in seeking for a loan, but we should be specific to recurrent, not development. You cannot avoid budget support because you'll find you will not have money to pay salaries. So you have to bring in money to support the budget to end the financial year. What matters is what are you funding with that budget? Because if it is salaries, then it will definitely be absorbed. It will be within the time. Katesh?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the chair for the presentation. Right Honorable Speaker, as much as you are talking about issues of accountability, I would like the Minister of Finance and I think the Cabinet to understand that why we are here, the issues that are being raised, partly are largely attributed to lack of synchronized planning. Because you allocate money for infrastructure, infrastructure is completed, but then it is not resourced with equipment. And let alone drugs and human resource. We cannot be here and be surprised that people are going to be retired, people are going to retire, and then we do not plan for their gratuity. So I think, Right Honorable Speaker, what we need from government is to synchronize. If you are looking at the health sector, don't come up with resource infrastructure. And while you have not planned that infrastructure must be resourced with equipment and the human resource that is required. So we need, I think we need to, would have appreciated also from the report, some of the policy recommendations that could actually go to the relevant committee so that we can really work on the weaknesses in this sector. And you have looked at the major hospitals, but if you go down into the health center force, the situation is not any different. It could be worse. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we would like really to have the sector committee responsible to actually look at these issues, and maybe we could even have a bigger debate about how we can strengthen this sector and help our people. Thank you.
Goretti.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to remind the House that I'm the Minister Shadow for Science, Innovation and Technology. And in this regard, I'm very interested in IT governance, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in almost every sector, there is a general complaint about IT issues. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform this House that there was a general cut in the Ministry of ICT of their budget, close to 50% general cut. And the ministry is very stuck. Actually, if it wasn't for UCC and NITAU, the Ministry of ICT wouldn't have been surviving financially. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance should specifically answer, why do you underfund the Ministry of ICT? Digital transformation.
Are we talking about?
No, Right Honorable Speaker, they have the issue of IT governance under the report that was given here. And this has become general in almost every report. And I'm informing the minister that this has cut across, and it arises out of underfunding of the ICT sector. So I want him to pick interest in the Ministry of ICT, because digital transformation is a very important program to this country, and it has been ignored across board. So, Right Honorable Speaker, this must be
that
sorted.
budget go, Chair, doesn't that budget go to specific hospitals? Isn't it embedded in the budgets of specific hospitals for ICT?
Right, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. From our findings, yes, each entity receives a budget for ICT. Of course, the general problems that we have mentioned still affect the ministries. But one of the things I have just mentioned here relates, one, to staffing. I have mentioned where there is need for 6 staff, there is only 1. I mean, those are some of the chronic problems that we continue to grapple with.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put a question that the report of the Committee of Public Accounts, Central Government, on the report of the Auditor General on National Regional Referral Hospitals and other specialized health votes for the financial year 30th June 2022 be adopted by this Honorable House. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Now I'll ask the clerk to extract the report and forward it to PSST to prepare a treasury memoranda pursuant to section 53(1) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015. Next.
Item 5, motion for adoption of the consolidated report of the Public Accounts Committee, Central Government, on the Auditor General's report for the year ended 30th June 2022, covering 14 votes.
As I said before, we had 2 reports, and could you summarize for us this other remaining report? You don't need to go through the methodology because it's the same methodology. Honorable, I put a motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
And I say the ayes have it.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. With respect to the ministries, as mentioned, in terms of the introduction, it is the same. The methodology is the same, as well as the scope. With regard to the specific observations.
Honorable, before you go ahead, can we first have our circular for schools? I've seen both ministers here.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like, if you permit me, Right Honorable, I would like to read it verbatim and also read the schools and other institutions calendar for 2023. I have them. Madam Speaker, I'm reading a circular number 10/2023, written on 16th of May, 2023. It's written to all head teachers of government and private secondary schools, all head teachers of government and private primary schools, all proprietors of private schools and primary schools, teaching learners during the holidays. The Ministry of Education and Sports is in receipt of continuous reports that some schools and parents are planning to conduct lessons during holidays for first term of academic year 2023. This is against and it is in contradiction of the ministry's policy and calendar and deprives the learners the opportunity to rest in preparation for the next academic term. The purpose of this circular is to instruct you not to conduct or allow any person to conduct holiday lessons in your schools. Any school found in contravention of this instruction will have its license revoked in case of private schools, or have the administrator subjected to disciplinary proceedings in case of government schools. By copy of this calendar circular, the chief administrative officers, the district education officers, and the district inspectors of schools are requested to ensure that no lessons are conducted in any school in their areas of jurisdictions during holidays. Signed by the permanent secretary, Katie Lamaro. I want to lay this on table, Madam Speaker. Number two, I also want to lay a schools and other institutions calendar for 2023. Madam Speaker, when I talk about schools, I mean primary, secondary, technical, farm schools, and community polytechnics. Madam Speaker, as far as the record is concerned, term 3 opens on Monday, 18 September 2023, and it's from then it ends on 1st December 2023. This is an official record of the Ministry of Education and Sports. With your permission, the other details are inside here. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on table.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. So members, take note. Take note. Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair. You want to debate on what we asked for?
Right.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. Before
We still have time. Members, we will sit here even up to 10. Let's finish that. Then we come.
Right, Honorable Speaker, with respect to the ministries, the report relates to the following ministries: the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Works and Transport, the Ministry of Water and Environment, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, Ministry of Education and Sports, Ministry of Local Government,
What?
the Ministry of
You have
Internal
a
Affairs.
procedure? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. With due respect to the chairperson of this committee, who is a very respectable legal guru in this country, my procedure issue is on Rule 204 of our rules of procedure. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I can read. A report of a committee shall be signed or initialed by at least 1/3 of all the members of the committee. The members of committee are 45 members, and the people have signed the 1/3 should be at least 15 members. But this report, there are 8 members. So I don't know whether that rule applies to this report. I thank you.
The honorable members, the report which was uploaded is what was brought first. Now you need to change what was uploaded, because the one which is uploaded has more than 17 members. Go ahead.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And that is true for the honorable colleague, but even
Honor-
mathematically, it's not about 15. Actually, it comes to
Mr.
30.
Kema, can I have the last report which was brought, uploaded, the one which has more members?
Thank you. So I was continuing to
It
say,
is substance of a
home. Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Husbandry and Fisheries, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Public Service, Office of the President, and the Office of the Prime Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, I had gone up to the general observation and recommendations. On NTR, the committee reviewed the estimates and established two fundamental problems: that some entities under budget, and then seem to shoot over and above the expectation because of under budgeting. Other entities do not budget for NTR, and then the others over budget. We recommended, and we recommend, that the accounting officers should make realistic projections in liaison with the Ministry of Finance and Planning and Economic Development. Number two of the specific observations, Right Honorable Speaker, relates to implementation of quantified outputs. And our recommendation is that all entities should hire qualified personnel to do the planning function in their entities. Those with such personnel should receive adequate and regular training to align with the development goals of the country. All entities that fail to comply with Section 13.15 of the PFMA, or those that delay to submit their quantified outputs, should be sanctioned and have their budgets rejected. 3, all entities without exception should mandatorily submit their quantified outputs for effective assessment of their performance in relation to the budget. 4, accounting officers who divert funds meant for the implementation of planned activities be held responsible and money recovered. 5, all accounting officers should ensure that they undertake deliberate steps in enhancing the capacity of their staff, planning, budgeting, and monitoring, as well as evaluation, with specific emphasis on the tracking of outputs as per the strategic plan. The next, Madam Speaker, relates to utilization or absorption of funds. The committee did observe that there were significant cases of non-compliance with the PFMA, and we recommended, 1, that the Accountant General strictly enforces Section 15 of the PFMA, which requires that annual cash flow plans be issued under subsection 1 be the basis of the release of funds, that accounting officers should strictly adhere to the annual budget performance contract signed between PSST and the accounting officers. Number 3.7 relates to performance of government receipts. Right Honorable Speaker, we did enumerate the specifics and the corresponding numerics in relation to the entities, and our recommendation arising out of the observations that the committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should endeavor to adequately fund the entities as appropriated by Parliament to enable implementation of the planned activities, because deviation from that amounts to usurping the powers of Parliament in appropriating. And further, that government should put in place a robust disaster management plan to avoid catastrophic effects similar to what we witnessed in COVID-19 pandemic. Finally, Madam Speaker, I think a colleague raised the issue of policy recommendations. That was the Honorable Kate Shumbwa. Yes, in our report, we make policy recommendations, especially on matters that are meant to go to the sectoral committees. We have made those specific recommendations.
The case in point is in the Ministry of Trade. There are issues which fall under the committee as the speaker guided, and we recommended that those ones be transferred because they are not accountability issues. And on the issue of the health center force, just to remind my colleague that actually we do not handle them. We handle regional and national referral hospitals. We do not go down to the other health facilities. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and move that the House finds pleasure in adopting the report as presented with any necessary amendments as you may deem appropriate. I thank you.
Thank you so much. And when you look at this report, there are issues which are generic in nature. That is still on mischarge, lack of strategic plans. That is contrary to Section 13 of the Public Management Act, and accounted for funds, lapse in the rollout of PDM, rising domestic areas, that is payables, and then staffing gaps. Those are the issues that have been found in those reports. Honorable members, that is a report that has been presented. Can we suspend the House for 5 minutes? We come back and debate.
That's why
Honorable members, we have that motion. Before we start on the same note, we want to congratulate the king of Busoga for getting his better half. I am congratulating our king. Honorable, there is some procedure matter. Honorable members, you've heard from the chair, minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the report, a good report. As government, we're going to study the report and take actions as required and produce a report, a treasury memorandum to the Parliament. I thank you and I beg that the Parliament approves the committee report.
Thank you. ICT. Tony, you had forgotten that you're in ICT.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for a good exposition of the situation in the new cities and the districts. But Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appeal to this House and the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Local Government, especially on the case of Lera City and Lera District. Right Honorable Speaker, among the cities that were created and the districts, Lera got embroiled in very serious conflict that has affected service delivery and performance, and there's a lot of accusation. So many people have been sent to prison, so many people are interdicted, and all this has been because after the new city was created, then government was not able to provide enough funding for Lera district to relocate to the new site. And they remained within their premises that was in the old district within the city, and people started admiring and not wanting to leave the assets, the buildings, the land that were within the city, and they ended up in the war. Right now, the district needs about 10 billion shillings to construct the new district headquarters. I would appeal, even for—
Honorable Ayo, that is going to come in the report that is going to be presented shortly by Honorable Mapenduch.
But Right Honorable Speaker, it is even in the report of the PAC.
Yes.
Okay, let me wait for the next report, but
because the report that is going to come is specific
because
on the issues that you're raising, but it is a good observation.
And the minister here was asking Parliament, the minister, Honorable Minister for Local Government, to provide him with the 1 billion shillings. Now, the minister is asking for 1 billion.
What was the basis of 1 billion?
For relocating, for giving to new districts that have been carved out. The cities have been carved out of them to go and construct.
What is the 1 billion meant to do?
For constructing the district headquarters, which is not enough.
Why do you say it is not enough? First of all, I want to know the basis of 1 million. And that's why I'm saying, let's wait to hear from the report, because we need to understand the basis of 1 billion and then what is it meant to do.
Right, Honorable, I beg that the member agrees that he waits until that report. It is comprehensive, it is more detailed. Okay.
Tony?
Much obliged, most Right Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you.
Thank you.
Karim?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'll comment on the issue of domestic areas because it's cross-cutting and I've seen it again here. I think the law is very clear on debt because before you even pay salaries, debt has to take the first call on the budget. And the way we do it in Uganda, yes, we prioritize external borrowing, money that we borrow externally, but we again forget our people, we forget to pay people who have done or delivered services for the government. That is why the stock of domestic areas keeps growing. So I think the recommendation is a bit weak, where it says deliberate effort should be taken to clear domestic debt. I think before we do anything else, we need to focus on domestic debt.
You're saying the recommendation. Joyce, stop this organizing my chair. You're saying the recommendation is weak.
Yes.
How did you reframe the way you wanted it to be?
Chair, I would propose that Minister of Finance takes it upon itself to clear at least 20% of the domestic debt in each domestic areas.
That is even weaker. Because first of all, you know it, the debt takes first priority, takes first call.
No,
the issue is finance must pay, clear.
Then finance should follow the law and clear domestic debt during the budgeting process. They should prioritize both domestic and external borrowing such that they can reduce the stock of domestic debt that keeps accumulating. Secondly,
and this goes to the sectoral committees. Sectoral committee on this must ensure that the domestic debt must be embedded in the report.
Yes, Chair. Why I was suggesting the 20% is because the figure is quite huge. It's clocking about over 4 trillion, which I thought was a lot. But if planned well, they can clear it. Secondly, it concerns the Ministry of Health. there is something that was section 5.14 concerning.
Are we still on health or we are in local government now? The votes, we're in central now.
Minister of Health was among the votes. That's why I was giving.
Minister of Health is among the votes.
Yes, it's
the
among,
main ministry.
Yes. So there is where they talked about the agreement with the UPDF, the engineering brigade, to go ahead and do the construction. And one of the projects that I believe is supposed to be undertaken is the construction of that Mbale Regional Referral Hospital, the ICU unit, because we don't have it there. And the project is at about 85%. So we expected that to go ahead and the project to get done. But ever since we were told that the project has stalled, nothing is happening. And when I interacted with the hospital administration, they said actually no funds were appropriated for completion of that project. But again, all the machines that are required for the ICU and the beds, everything was procured. So this is wastage of government money. If we cannot provide about 2 billion that is required to conclude that project, I think this is something that they need to take in interest in, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And he raises a very important issue. You cannot procure the equipment before finishing the building. So I think, can your people finish our building?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, what the Honorable Member Karim is saying is nearly true, because we got the instruction to do about 16, 18 units, and we've completed a few. And I think even Mbale, we are in the course. Maybe by the end of next month should be done. I think we are working behind to make sure that, but what is also true is that the equipments were brought as the constructions were going on. So I was personally in Kabale, there's one in Yumbe, there is in all, Ginger is nearly done. So we, all these other regional hospitals, the challenge of money is notwithstanding. We have made the undertaking to make sure that we complete.
Give us a feedback on completion of those hospitals that you've started.
And if you accept, Right Honorable, the best feedback would be that you gladly accept to launch some of this to commission.
No problem. I would be glad to launch the Mbale one tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Nzima, Shema, Onjima.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to add on some issue which was raised, particularly about cutting money from staff's salary without their notice. When I was still the chairperson of the Committee on Public Service, we also carried the investigation. We realized that this problem is all over the country. And sometimes some of these deductions are without the attention of the accounting officers, and they are beyond 50% of the salary of these employees. And once it is above 50%, their names disappear. And when we try to interrogate further, the accounting officers testified that these deductions are without their knowledge, and that a private body was hired to issue codes for these deductions. So I really wonder why governments will allow such a kind of thing to happen. And in my expectation, I thought this would have been put to an end because it was thoroughly debated some time back. But if reports are brought here with the serious issues, they are debated, no action is taken, and the same things continue to happen, I don't know whether we are really serious about some of these things, Madam Speaker. And then two, the issue of returning of gratuity and the pension fund. The major challenge has been verification. And our recommendation all these years has been that why don't government ensure that people's names transfer from salary payroll to pension payroll without this hassle of verification? Because the verification process also subject retirees to extortion, issues of corruption. So if those could be affected, the idea that money for pension is always returned will never be there because people will always get their monies. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Shema.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to add on the issue of domestic areas. Some entities, Madam Speaker, they don't actually consider them during the budgeting process. Actually, they refer to it as unfunded priorities. So you can imagine suppliers who supply government and then they consider it as unfunded priority. How will it come within the budget when they are not considering it? So I think government is doing a disservice to the people who supply government and the people are not paid. For example, there is, I'm happy that the Minister for Defense is here. You know, there are some land that is taken by defense for strategic positioning. It has taken like 15 to 20 years without paying them. Land appreciates value and people have been moving up and down. Some still think that I'm the chairperson and they come to me. They are crying. And this is part of the accumulated domestic areas. Right Honorable Speaker, also another issue is the NTR that is not declared by the entities. This is an area where money is misused. You can imagine they generate money, they don't declare it, does not go to the consolidated fund. And in fact, I don't know whether you found out even that external financing, some entities get some external financing, which they don't even reflect during the budgeting. It is hidden there unless you use a different lens to find out. So this, for me, I believe these are areas that the Ministry of Finance should take care of in order to ensure that the money is not misused at source. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And the other question would be, when you delay to pay money, do you pay it with interest? The fact that you pay these external loans with interest, do you pay these payables with interest? Yes, Lucy,
Thank
Daudi.
you. Thank you. I want to start with the issue of NTR, just to expand a bit. I had the, and thank you so much, Chair, for a good report. I know you gave us a summary, but the bigger report is good. The issue of NTR, some of the entities actually under declare, or they give a low projection, and to show that they have actually performed well. Now, if you're not critical, you will say, oh, we are clapping for you, you have performed so well, but underneath, there is actually a lot of things which are not going on well. Now, my suggestion and my recommendation is to the Ministry of Finance planning. It comes back to planning. You need to sit with these ministries, these entities, and really make sure that you guide them appropriately, because if you leave this to them, then they are going to do whatsoever they want, especially when it comes to projections. And also as Parliament, when it comes to time for budgeting, I think we need to look into these things very seriously. Before actually budgets are passed, we need to task these ministries and then entities to show us how they derived their the projections for the NTR. Otherwise, without that, we shall continuously have these issues. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Daudi, Timo, Isingiro.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the chair for the good report. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to seek clarification from both the chair and the minister. Whether I heard you well, Mr. Chair, that 20 billion Uganda shillings was spent on Ugandans just to teach them on how to take coffee. Could you please take us through, including maybe the minister was also taught? We would like to know where the schools are, which people are teaching, the teachers. What did I hear you well, Mr. Chairman? Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah. Honorable Chair.
I thought other colleagues were coming. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you and the honorable colleagues that have raised matters of interest. First of all, with respect to loans, as mentioned by the Honorable Onzima, our report highlights all those incidents and all those cases. We were short of recommending a total abolition to this loaning system because it would be adverse to the beneficiaries who are our workers. Instead, we recommended that the system be streamlined such that you do not deduct without authority. And two, in those cases where we are running manual files, of course, you must have seen my facial expression that in the year 2023, our government still runs manual files. You know, we said, look, you need to go digital. And I am sure our government will not find it difficulty in adopting. With regard to domestic arrears, yes, I think we raised all the issues that have been mentioned by the Honorable Karim and all the other honorable members. We could not recommend 20%. We said clear all outstanding arrears. And I think, Madam Speaker, you guided that these ones constitute the first call. So why would we continue running an economy where we are impoverishing? If you read our report, you will find that we've mentioned that this is causing businesses to collapse. With regard to the Ministry of Health and the UPDF, I think we made specific recommendations on that. One, or we did not go to the extent of mentioning Bale, the Honorable Karim, but we gave general policy recommendations. With respect, Honorable Nyachikongoro, to unfunded priorities, I think that relates also to domestic areas. I've been exhaustive on that. Money not declared, NTR not declared. Yes, there are instances we came across and we made specific observations. Usually when people would come and say, I did not know the procedure, but yes, we got. Now, this is the dichotomy from our finding, Right Honorable Speaker. You may find a development partner that does not want to channel funding through the consolidated fund. Yet, the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act require that all monies must go through the fund. We said first, we cannot compel our developing partners to use our channel. But we compel our accounting officers, once they receive this money, to declare it to the Treasury for planning purposes and to avoid double spending, because you may find the government has funded the project, but also somebody else is funding the project. Fortunately or unfortunately, we did not come across specific entities that received double funding for the same project. Of course, I did not mention that there are entities we need to commend. In our report, there are those we commend for being compliant with the law. And we mention them because we don't want to be seen to be always looking for faults. Now, for external financing, payment with interest, Right Honorable Speaker, you raised a legitimate question, but the way we raised it or we looked at it, we said, look, it poses a risk for litigation and attendant costs. Those will include interests, damages, and legal fees. Now, with regard, Honorable Lucy Akello, yes, one of our recommendations is that, and the Speaker has guided in the past, that when we get this report adopted, the sectoral committees should pick it and take interest because it informs the budgeting process, where to do what. So I think the Parliament has already taken a stand on that. Finally, Honorable Daudi Kabanda did ask me to confirm, and he asked me whether he had me right. I am not sure. I don't know whether you actually had me right. But for what I said, or what we produced in the report, is that yes, 20 billion Uganda shillings was expended by the Office of the Prime Minister to promote the drinking of coffee by building coffee kiosks across the country. the finding of the committee. We have made specific findings on how far the partner went in implementing this. And we came up with a conclusion, one, that they are not there. Number two, we came with the observation that it was actually an unnecessary expenditure. Why? Because we have coffee, we have tea, we have milk, etc.
They call it a mandatory expense.
Actually, yes. Thank you very much, Speaker, for teaching me accounting. I think that is one way of paying me back for teaching you the law. Yes, I received information because he's a member and he was.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and our Chair, for giving me the opportunity to supplement this report. One, the 20 billion that was spent on teaching Ugandans how to drink coffee is pitted against 4 billion. We are looking to buy seedlings for our people, including coffee seedlings. That's one. Number two, the people of Kashar North and even the others across the region were hit by disasters. Some of their coffee plantations were destroyed. They need coffee seedlings now. So when you take 20 billion to teach people how to drink coffee, this is absolutely.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Oh, from Honorable Pendi.
These are committee members, yes?
I'm just giving information. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is a pity that we sit in this house, raise very pertinent issues that require money. Remember, Right Honorable Speaker, how I have spoken, I think another colleague raised the matter of the students who were about to drop out of school, and the higher students financing scheme needed just 5 billion shillings to save these students. We could not find this money. But here is money being given. The Prime Minister was here when I was raising these matters. But 20 billion is given to an individual to go and purportedly teach Ugandans how to drink coffee. Can you imagine teaching Ugandans how to drink coffee? So, Right Honorable Speaker,
Right, Honorable Speaker.
this wasteful expenditure.
Honorable Chair, you get all the clarification members want. Yeah.
So Right Honorable Speaker, this wastage is actually unacceptable. We must actually ensure that action is taken so that we stop this wastage. We are now looking for 4 billion for seeds. Imagine how many Ugandans are going to benefit if we took seeds to them. Imagine how many students would be supported in school if we gave the higher student financing scheme 5 billion. They wanted 5 billion for 1,000 students. We couldn't find it.
Sarah,
So that's the information.
yes.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chair, are you taking notes? At the end of the day, we want to know who disbursed that money, who gave out the money, and who was the money given to, and which areas benefited from the 20 billion? Because, okay, yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I represent a constituency which has 7 islands without a single secondary school, though we have primary schools. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will only need 2 billion shillings to put up a secondary school that will feed about 7 government primary schools in islands without a secondary school. Honorable Speaker, getting 20 billion shillings. I think there are people in this government fighting my government. You see, there are several ways of fighting a government when you are within. Because the people that we represent in this very honorable house, to hear that 20 billion shillings was spent on teaching people how to take a coffee. I think, Right Honorable Speaker, this is impunity, and the serious recommendation should be given. Thank you so much.
Solomon. Honorable members, you're all going to speak.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the clarification I want to seek is, where are these kiosks? For example, I come from Busoga region, Right, Honorable Speaker. We have
No,
not
but the
seen,
chair said they are not there. They are ghost.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I am coming. Right, Honorable Speaker.
You're coming where?
Right, Honorable Speaker. Now that these kiosks are ghosts, Right, Honorable Speaker, this Parliament must stand, Right, Honorable Speaker, to take a very serious decision and a punitive measure against these individuals. Because, Right, Honorable Speaker, just look at what farmers are going through now. Today, we are asking the Minister of Finance here for just 4 billion shillings. But we are talking about 20 billion on ghost kiosks that are actually not existing, but are being accounted for. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am just standing with members. Now that the kiosks are not there, let's take a serious punitive measure, particularly on this issue of the 20 billion for taking coffee.
Morris.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Shannon.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for us to chew some of this story, we need to go to the root. Right Honorable Speaker, it has been a practice that people just come up with the formulas, they cheat money, they take Ugandans for granted and they walk away. Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot wait for 6 months when we shall receive the Treasury memoranda. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to go to the root. Who began the story of the kiosks? Who began that story? Because there must be somebody who is behind this. Where did the story of the kiosks come from? For years that we have been growing coffee, my great-grandparent began taking coffee. He was not taught how to take a coffee. Who began this story of teaching people how to take a coffee? Now, who began the story of appropriating that money? Who came up with the 20 billion? How did they come up with the 20 billion, that figure? And who disbursed it? Where did it end? Otherwise, if we wait for the report, Right Honorable, we send it to government. It's in government where somebody is sitting on this money. So I suggest, Right Honorable Speaker, as Parliament, we pick that one and zero on that one. Like you see a tick. A tick looks for a soft spot on a cow and it sticks there. So let us pick that one, Right Honorable, and we give at least we teach a lesson to some of these people, Right Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, I have 24 primary schools without any single structure in my constituency. And every time we raise issues here on the floor of Parliament, we are given big excuses that there is no money. I'm shocked, surprised, and totally disturbed. How can 20 billion, who really initiated this activity of teaching Ugandans to drink coffee, that they should be allocated 20 billion? Right Honorable, actually Uganda is internationally recognized as being one of the corrupt countries in the world. Now, they are watching us that one of the activities in Uganda is to teach Ugandans how to drink coffee. This is total thuggery. It is safety. Right Honorable Speaker, I really want to appeal to you members that on this very issue, we need to be very strict and exemplary, so that we trace the root, how this came about, even confusing us that they are establishing kiosks which are not there. Right Honorable, I think by the time we leave Parliament, some of those people should just go direct to Luzira before anything can be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker. No, I was picked. My contribution is, Chair, I think we need to,
Honorable members, I just want to correct the record. that the money that was spent was 9.662236680. And the items are production of coffee, that's training of farmers, is 3.831. Consumption of coffee, putting up a coffee shop, and attendant infrastructure, that's 1.906. Capacity building, teaching the youth, the financial literacy and business management skills is 2.652. Project administration is 1.271. And the company is Inspire Africa, Uganda Limited. And this company, during the budgeting season, we still give this company money. Now you have the information.
Yes, more.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My concern is on the issue of domestic areas. I just wanted to point out an observation that.
Can we first finish the coffee? Let's finish the coffee.
Let me continue. My proposal on the coffee issue is, if there are wrong persons there, we need to blacklist those companies. Blacklisting would avoid further avoidance. You need to find out whether these companies are still doing something in the economy. Thank you.
Yes, Lucy Mutembule.
Madam Speaker, now that you mentioned the company, Inspire Africa, I've seen one.
I read the company from the document.
Okay, now that you've read the company from your document.
From
the
from the
our
report.
reports, actually, these people charge a lot of money for you to go and take coffee there.
Where?
In Gulu. The one I know, I thought even they were just business people. Yes. Yes, in post office, Gulu. In a government building. They actually charge a lot, it's very expensive. They charge a lot. So for me, the point of, yes, there's a building in post office in Gulu. They renovated some structure and put me, I used to pass.
Honorable members, what Honorable Lucy is saying, that the Auditor General noted that except for Gulu, the coffee shops were either non-existent or in some places non-operational. So you're correct that they are there in Gulu.
Yes, in Gulu, not they are there. It is one. Hey, it is the Mama of Gulu is saying it is now closed. But the one I used to see in Gulu, you would actually
give
pay.
Mama Gulu.
I will give her, but let me finish this one. But the one I used to see, I would pass by and people pass there to drink very expensive coffee. So I wonder how they were.
Also take.
No, I used to just pass. So people used to tell me.
You know that it was expensive.
People tell me it's a very expensive place. Thank you.
That is hearsay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Inspire Africa coffee shop in Gulu was closed because they failed to pay rent for the shop. But it was meant to be youth project. And I think it was initiated, not only thinking, by State House. So they failed to manage, but they ran it for close to 3 years. Close to 3 years. Thank you.
I think what the report is saying is from OPM, which does not say State House. Honorable Mutembule, Honorable John, Fred.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, personally, I've ever consumed the coffee from Inspired Africa. One, Nimbale. It was there, and they used to employ youth. No, I would buy, we're buying. And then two, on Trade Towers, where there is Court of Appeal, there used to be Inspire Africa coffee shop. But for the last 1 year, I don't know where they went. They are not there. They have closed, that's what I'm told. So, but looking at the figures that Right Honorable Speaker have read for us, honestly, this was so.
The ones I read from the
Yes, the
report.
one you read from the report.
Yes.
This is very exaggerated because even the services for some of us who went there once or twice, they were not worth what we are talking about. Imagine if you have all that money, but still you're even charging us a lot of money for the coffee. And nobody came to me to tell me how to take a coffee when I was there. Honestly, I went, I asked for coffee, they gave me, nobody told me this is how coffee is taken. I just took coffee myself because I know how to take coffee. So whoever gave money for purposes of teaching people how to take coffee, then I did not benefit from it because nobody told me. I just bought and took without anyone teaching me.
Okay.
So that money was misused. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
John.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This is a call for us to start being intentionally serious on some of these matters. Right Honorable Speaker, if we don't take action against the specific officers who perpetrated this, very soon Ministry of Health will come up with a budget to teach us how to use condoms. Then you will see Minister of, I mean, anyone is going to come up with anything. Yes. Continue. Right Honorable Speaker, the leader of opposition has been very categorical on how the office of the Prime Minister is run on so many occasions. This must be another additional wake-up call on taking action
Somebody
against
saying
the
order.
members who
There's
perpetrated
an order
this.
from somebody. Buire.
Right Honorable Speaker, I raise a point of order because some issues and words, some of us who are pastors in churches don't need it to be mentioned. Like what you heard from my colleague, I think that there should be a better word that should be substituted with that one which he mentioned. So I think, Madam Speaker, is my colleague really in order to plainly mention that word? Yet it could be substituted with another one which is better accommodated by everybody.
Right Honorable Speaker, I went to school with Honorable Widow Sanoni, and when we were at campus, they used to have a shrine in their home. I don't know when he became a pastor.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is on record, I come from a Christian background. And when Honorable Taylor, because he contested for guild president, coming from the same region, we saw that he could not go through. So we supported the candidate who could go through. And as a Christian, I told him that when we were praying.
Honorable members, can we move? Can we move? Taylor, have you finished?
Yeah, he's done.
Taylor finished, and you can go and sort out those things from.
We talk on coffee. Coffee.
Fred.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, giving such volume of money to inspire Africa to teach Ugandans how to consume money how to consume
Consume
coffee, it is a clear indication of what government prioritizes most. Honorable Speaker, it's an indication that government prioritizes teaching.
Which government? It is a ministry.
It is the ministry of
Yeah,
this
even
government.
it is under the government, even you are under the government. So that's what you prioritize.
So, Honorable Speaker.
Huh? So your priority is teaching people how to take coffee. Because me and you, we are government.
So, Honorable Speaker, if we can get...
Let's look at a vote where the money came from. Let's be specific, not making sweeping statements. Yes. Milton, Ekudo.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, my heart is really bleeding when you hear such revelations. We shudder and we feel sorry for the office of the Prime Minister, because every scandal, one after the other, it's rotating around the same office of the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, I have the first Muslim secondary school in Eastern Uganda called Bukoyo Secondary School. Oftentimes, they have never gotten government infrastructure in that school. We've written, it is government aided, but apart from paying teachers, the infrastructure up to now, they're still operating under asbestos dormitories. When you hear colossal sums of money being misused, being misappropriated like this, we really feel sick. I want to appeal painfully to the office of the Prime Minister to get saved. Save Ugandans. Let's bring the country on rail. Otherwise, the public will begin losing trust. They will begin losing trust in whatever we are doing because things are taking a wrong direction. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ekudo and Innovation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I grew up, my mother and my dad could cool down the tea for me to take. I don't know whether that is how inspired Africa, what inspired Africa was doing. And when it comes to porridge, my mother could tell me, down there, it is hot. You need to first of all cool it down. Also, I could not get an effect. Even I could take my tea, get it from the shop, mix it, and I take it. I have not gotten any disease. I don't know how special this program was. When we have problems in Gweri, when we have problems in the Soroti Hospital, when you have very many problems, I do not have a technical school in Gweri. I do not have the secondary schools in Gweri, and we play around with these things. How I wish we could appropriate for bigger things that will benefit our people. I thank you.
Honorable Senel.
Thank you so much, Right
Nabo.
Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, my name is Namanya Naboth, and I represent Ruvavo constituency in Lukunji district.
Honorable Naboth, please.
Right Honorable Speaker, teaching and all activities surrounding imparting knowledge into people's heads is a preserve of Ministry of Education. And to teach, you must develop a syllabus and who to teach. We must know the one who initiated the teaching of drinking coffee. Whoever has had a consultation from the Ministry of Education, who is charged with the teaching, who designed the syllabus, who were to teach, who built the schools where they taught drinking coffee, and we find out. And Madam Speaker, appropriation is a preserve of Parliament. Who appropriated this money? Who initiated the deal? And we need to find out to know the proprietor, the promoters of the company, Inspire Africa.
And then we help this country. And we dig deep to find out who exactly made this loss to the country. And we should take a punitive action on the individuals who initiated this. Other than that, we are facing a problem where we come here appropriate and people go there and they disregard our decision as a parliament and they do their own activities. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Ayeko, Timo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is just a concern. How does one begin to drink coffee? I have also been to Inspire Africa Mbale, but when I was there, Right Honorable Speaker, it was more of a corporate kind of setting, whereby they're charging 20,000 for a flask of coffee. And basically, they had different flavors, and you would really feel that, okay, there's something going on. But the aspect of teaching people to drink coffee for 20 billion, Right Honorable
For
Speaker.
9 billion.
For 9 billion, let's break it down to what is on the report. It is very unfortunate. When you look at, for example, Teso, at least if it is in the report that they taught people in Teso region, then it is going to be really a very, very absurd thing, because we have never seen it and we cannot even account for it being in that area. But going forward, I think this is a very particular icon for Parliament. I think we need to look at who is this person. And if you created it to enrich yourself with some wealth, you must vomit it. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Timo Chemonges.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 30 of the report, we have East African Civil Aviation Academy, which has got grounded aircrafts. Some of them made accidents, and the school is waiting for the insurance company to do compensation. And for that matter, most of the students have been sent home as they wait for the aircrafts to be operational. This school is called East African Civil Aviation Academy, which means it should be at a higher level. When it was instituted, it was for the entire East Africa. And at the moment, Uganda needs more pilots because we are developing our aviation industry.
Maybe to be specific, that is Soroti Flying School.
Yes. At the moment, I think it is called Soroti Flying School. So, Madam Speaker, I see a recommendation which is as simple as this, that the government should avail more funds for the operation and maintenance of infrastructure and the flying school. The government, according to myself, should really make this school more vibrant to give us more pilots to develop our aviation industry, so that it goes in tandem with the aviation industry of Uganda. As we increase planes, our school should also be advanced. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And on top of providing money for the aviation school, the government should also ensure it protects the land that is for the flying school, because the land has been encroached and taken by people. Chemonges.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and honorable members, I hope this is not really true, but if it is true,
please,
that we
any
allocated,
record that is brought to the floor.
Madam Speaker, all the Ugandans are listening. Even now, someone have just sent me a message from Kapchor was saying, Honorable Chemonges, is that what you people go to appropriate? We have been taking our coffee.
Let it
since
be
we
on
were born.
record that this house did not appropriate money
So,
for
Madam
coffee,
Speaker,
for teaching people how to take coffee.
thank you. Madam Speaker, the office of the Prime Minister is where we, the members of this house, always run to in case of an emergency in our constituencies.
Madam Speaker, I remember last year, my constituency was swept and people lost almost everything. I went collected, we counted people, we made a very serious report, took it to Prime Minister's office. We did not even get even just a kilo of maize. And Madam Speaker, to sit here and listen to a very good report like this, which is showing us the expenditure of 9-point-something billion on teaching people how to take coffee. This one, Madam Speaker and honorable members, we should all stand as one. And we fight this because you can imagine we don't have health centers. One health center 3 takes only 1 billion to be completed. But now this is 9 billion. In fact, I took that coffee, Honorable Table Saidi. I took that coffee in a trade. Madam Speaker, these people had just a small corner with a dispenser. And I remember buying coffee about 12,000 in a plastic, it was a plastic, yes. And then, yes, and then.
Even Honorable Harriet knows it. Harriet, you also know about it.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Madam Speaker, I want to end by saying, the people who spend this money on pretense that they were teaching Ugandans to take coffee should be prosecuted immediately. If not, we can go as public and face these people. I take information.
Thank you, my honorable colleague.
No, I'm the one who has been given.
To allow me to give you information. Madam Speaker, teaching Ugandans on how to take coffee, me as a doctor, first of all, coffee has got a substance called caffeine. And caffeine is psychoactive. It is a psychotropic substance. It affects the heart, it affects the breathing, and it affects our blood vessels. I am only concerned on what would be what was the content of the training and how many people and where that were trained. But say that training is not necessary. Actually, myself, I had to be stopped from taking coffee because it affected my heart and I had to stop. You may think that just taking coffee the way you are taking it is how it is supposed to be taken, when actually there are steps in
procedure. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Dr. Ruta Higwa is actually a member of this committee. I thought he was giving information like the others did. We were looking for him to see if he would sign the report, and he was nowhere to be seen.
Thank you so much, honorable members. We need to get a statement from Christine. You finish, Christine.
Thank you, Right Honorable
from the
Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the members who made an observation on our roles as appropriators in Parliament. And thank you, Right Honorable, for making the report clear that Parliament did not allocate this money for purposes of the consumption of the public. Madam Speaker, this one now tasks all of us legislators to be very keen at the time of budgeting. Because it's very common that when the presentations are made, they give us block of figures without breakdowns. And I want to believe that the technical persons take advantage of it to block the figures. And in the end, they go and break it the way they want to benefit themselves. So could we take that seriously? And Madam Speaker, also, it is very clear that the office of the Prime Minister has to give us the responses in writing so that we fully get to understand why the diversion. Because also if the Attorney General was present, we would find out what the law says. If implementation is done contrary to the approved work plan of the what? Of the Parliament, let the penalty be given to the office of the Prime Minister for diverting.
Thank you.
In terms
Thank
of
you.
implementation.
Thank you so much. That could have caused a mischarge or whichever. Can we have the persons responsible for the disbursement or giving out or conceiving the idea be investigated? The Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members of the committee for this report. We know it is Office of the Prime Minister that was in charge. We have taken note, but before I go to that one, Right Honorable Speaker, coffee has many benefits. And as a country, it is one of our biggest exports. And it brings income to Uganda. So I'm requesting the honorable member who was giving the negative side of coffee. As a Ugandan, we are not supposed to, yes.
Who was that?
The doctor, Dr. Kaigo?
He's a doctor, he knows the effects of a doctor.
Yes, he knows.
Coffee.
But as a country, it is one of our biggest exports.
No problem, it is okay. And that's why we provided money for it for value addition. We value coffee so much. That's why we gave money for value addition.
Secondly, Right Honorable, coffee, I think the name that was given for drinking coffee, it was for popularizing coffee intake, but not to teach people to drink. I think it was given a wrong heading. It should be popularizing the intake of coffee. Then lastly, Right Honorable, we have taken note of the concerns of the report.
Honorable Prime Minister, as I read before, one of the items is production of coffee, that's training farmers, consumption of coffee, putting up coffee shops and attendant infrastructure. 3, capacity building, teaching the youth financial literacy and business management skills. 4, project administration. Those are the aspects. It's not popularizing coffee.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The clarification I wanted to seek from the Prime Minister, whether she clearly understands her role. Because as far as I know, the role of the Prime Minister is to coordinate government. But you are now saying that it is OPM that was in charge of implementing this activity. When did you become the implementer of roles that are supposed to be implemented by agencies that you are supposed to supervise? That is the clarification I wanted to seek from you, Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, by the time the report came out, we are supposed to be supervising. But we are going to come up with the Treasury Memorandum and the
Honorable Prime Minister, the coffee consumption in quotes is a negatory expenditure. And I want to thank the committee for referring this issue to CID. Can we have an independent investigation on this matter. Let's have this matter investigated. We are not going to wait for a treasury memorandum. Let this issue be handled on its own.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my chairperson for the elaborate report and thank the House for the debate. Right Honorable Speaker, my takeaway from this very good report and debate by the House is an invitation to the House to take more stricter care of some of these social action programs. We know how people under NUSAF are beginning a road deal in a number of areas, and the beneficiaries went home empty-handed out of the so much money Parliament voted. I think it's a very serious invitation to the House that wherever these kind of social action programs are brought here for funding, we undertake more elaborate scrutiny as to vote and purpose, and take more interest in how the common person is going to take a benefit. Otherwise, the coffee scandal was an act of creaming off. Money was voted, and the specifics were not probably elaborate. Otherwise, how do you explain as Prime Minister that money leaves your vote? You're not even sure of how you are going to measure output. I want to look at the worker plan of that project, of the coffee consumption thing, as an economist, and see how the kind of...
To get a work plan plus the output.
The outputs, how do they, what were the really the KPIs for that project that somebody signed that the money should move in billions for that kind of undertaking? It's really one of the scandals of our time. But it's educative of the House, Right Honorable Speaker, to undertake more scrutiny, because we are now undertaking a post-mortem. And I hope money could return to the people who are supposed to take a benefit of this project. The whole idea of promoting coffee is being handled at the tail end. Before promoting production animals, we are promoting consumption of what's not available. I am a coffee farmer at a large scale, and as we speak, there's not enough coffee to supply the world market. There isn't enough coffee to supply the market, and we should be supporting the communities to grow coffee. Those who want to consume coffee will find motivation to take the coffee. But at least there is a general motivation of growing and selling to get money. That we must promote. But consumption, I think we can take a lesson, Honorable Speaker, and do more at the House of Parliament, that our people can benefit from these small resources. But in finality, again, the Office of the Prime Minister in, very big stars for observation on how it operates and implements projects. I thank you.
Thank you so much. We need that money, that negatory expenditure. Person responsible for it should bear the liability. And we need serious investigation on that. I now put a question that the consolidated report of the Committee of Public Accounts, Central Government, on the report of Auditor General for the year ending 30th June 2022 be adopted by this House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. And just as a reminder, as per Section 53(1) of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, we need a treasury memoranda in this House on what has been passed. And you can bring before the 6 months, and we need a report on the consumption of coffee. The first week we report back. The first week we report back. If we are going to report on Tuesday. Then we need a report on Tuesday.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chair of Park Central, I want to thank you so much for the reports, very exhaustive reports, and your members. And I just want to give you a kind reminder that we need the rest of the reports. Short of that, we'll do an omnibus.
It's my undertaking and my team, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
We pray, subject to lifting restrictions during lockdown.
I don't know how you'll do it, but I want the reports. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Auditor General presents his reports to this House, or to you, and they're brought to this House in December. If I can recall these reports that we are looking at. And recall, Right Honorable Speaker, immediately after that, the committees focus on the ministerial policy statements and the budget process.
Honorable
So all the way up to April, May.
Honorable Sarah,
yes, Right
I
Honorable
am not the maker of the Constitution.
Right Honorable Speaker,
I
even that constitutional provision.
Don't deviate from what the law requires of you.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Next item.
I am going to seek for you.
Next item.
For interpretation. I'm giving notice.
Item 7.
We have an Attorney General, so you can write to Attorney General.
Item 7. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Public Service and Local Government on the functionality and service delivery in local governments, specifically in the 10 cities and the districts from which they were carved.
Honorable members, in furtherance to Rule 189 of the Rules of Procedure, the Committee of Public Service and Local Government inquired into the state of service delivery in the new cities. And I'm aware that Honorable Chair is around and he asked for only 5 minutes. So we'll give you 5 minutes to present. And as you see that these cities are not operational, but Honorable Magesi here, I'm told, wants to start creating another constituencies. Will not allow. In this House, we will not allow constituencies.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I will plead with you, Right Honorable Speaker, to give me at least 10 minutes, not 5. I really plead with you. But as I do that, permit me to begin by laying on table first the report of the Committee on Public Service and Local Government on the functionality and service delivery in local governments, specifically in the 10 cities and the districts from where these cities were created. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Permit me as well to lay on table the minutes of the committee meetings that produced this report. I beg to lay.
Please do.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I will request that you will kindly allow me run through the report in a summary manner so we can save time. Right Honorable Speaker, the introductory part gives details on the mandate of the committee and also indicate the task that the committee undertook, making an oversight visit to the newly created cities and the districts to assess first the level of preparedness of these districts to relocate following the creation of the new cities. 2, to look at the status of payment of ex gratia and honoraria for local councillors for both the cities and the districts. And finally, looking at other matters that are related to service delivery. Right Honorable Speaker, the next is a background. We indicated how the cities were created, and I wouldn't want to take a lot of time, but it's important, Right Honorable Speaker, to mention that these cities were created and they were supposed to be operational in a phased manner with clear timeframes. Unfortunately, The cities of Moroto, Nakasongola, Kabale, Wakiso have not yet been operational, and they will be operationalized as resources are provided. Right, Honorable Speaker, it's also important to mention, and just to guide members who are following on their iPad, that is on page 3, that these cities that were created, the councillors are entitled to ex gratia, just like in other districts, and government has been providing resources. Unfortunately, in those cities and the districts, the ex gratia that has been provided have not been coming consistently. So there is lots of monies in form of arrears that have not been given. And so you can imagine how leaders are struggling without being paid consistently. We will also provide those details. Right, Honorable Speaker, when we made consultation with the Ministry of Local Government and Ministry of Finance, it is true that indeed resources have not been provided adequately. And so they need to have the arrears cleared. Right, Honorable Speaker, also, the creation of the cities required that the districts from where the cities were created needed to relocate and have new administrative headquarters. You will agree that these cities are at the level of districts, and so they are all higher local government. And so you cannot have two higher local government in the same area of jurisdiction. Unfortunately, both the Minister of Local Government and Minister of Finance admitted that there was no money provided to facilitate the relocation processes. And in the financial year 2023-2024, despite the urgency. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will take you to the committee came up with terms of references. I will request that members look through. It's on page 4. We also a methodology. We interacted with different stakeholders. You will also find that on page 4 for purposes of saving time. Right, Honorable Speaker, just to take members through, especially on page 5, which is very important. Right, Honorable Speaker, on terms of reference 1, to assess the status of payment of ex gratia and honoraria for local councillors as at June 30th, 2023. Government has been providing a conditional grant to finance ex gratia for councillors at sub-county and town council, municipality divisions and districts and cities. The ex gratia is also given to municipal, district and city deputy speakers. Government also provides honoraria to LC1 and LC2 chairpersons. Right, Honorable Speaker, during our interaction with the Minister of Local Government, the committee was informed that the budget provision, and I really want to, this has to be taken well note of. The budget provision for ex gratia and honoraria for local government leaders has fallen short over the last 5 years. And that is from 2018 to 2019 to 2022-2023, leading to an outstanding amount of 9.07 billion. This is monies that should be paid, and these leaders are struggling. They are not receiving that money. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee also noted, and this has to be well taken note of, the committee also noted that in the current financial year, 2023-2024, no provision or IPF was sent to the local governments on ex gratia and honoraria amounting to Uganda shilling 48.19 billion as required for the ex gratia and honoraria. And Right Honorable Speaker, we have given a breakdown. You can look through page 6, where you will find we have 70,500 LC1, 10,585 LC2. They need this financial year 9.7 billion for their payment, and it's not catered for. You will look through, and it gives you a total of 48 billion. We have provided the details in the table. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee also looked at the arrears. We have given a breakdown on page 7, and the breakdown we have provided covers only the cities and the districts that we visited. But when you look at the annex, you will find a detailed breakdown of how much money was not sent to which entity, giving the total of the 9 billion I talked about. Right Honorable Speaker, we made observations on page 8 that you will look through. And the observations, if I may just run through very quickly. Number 1 is that there were figures that were not correlating. The figures provided from the Ministry of Local Government and what we found in the field. Two, we also receive a list of the areas from Ministry of Local Government that were submitted. From the Ministry of Finance received this list and committed that they would include this in the 3% supplementary, since they had not included in the budget, which is a big mistake. And three, the Minister of Finance also acknowledged the omission of ex gratia and honoraria in the budget for 2023-2024. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have recommendations. Recommendation 1, the Minister of Local Government, Minister of Local Government, Minister of Finance, and the affected local government entities should harmonize the areas for ex gratia and honoraria. 2, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to expedite the verification process of the ex gratia areas and honoraria to ensure that the requisite funds are provided for in the supplementary budget in line with Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act. Right, Honorable Speaker, under terms of reference 2 and 3, I'll just give a summary. Here, our intention as a committee was to establish availability of land in the different districts from where the cities were created, and also to look at their level of preparedness in as far as the relocation is concerned. And just to summarize, Right Honorable Speaker, we went to Soroti district, where we found they prepared a council resolution, and actually it's important to inform members that for Soroti, they'd gone a step ahead and started construction after they received 1 billion from Minister of Finance, and this financial year, they expected to receive an additional 800 million. However, the other 9 districts of Gulu, Arua, Masaka, Mbarara, Oima, Jinja, Mbale, Kabarole, all these from where the cities were created, apart from Soroti, all the others have not received even a cent, despite the appeal from the Minister of Local Government that each be given 1 billion. So I have given a summary, and our summary includes how much land is available from every entity, council resolution, and we have also attached the necessary documents and also proof of land ownership to show that these entities are ready to receive the money to start construction, to relocate, but the resources have not been provided. Right, Honorable Speaker, I have given a summary for all these other entities, but I would like to, Right Honorable Speaker, take us just to without going through each entity, because every entity has land, but it's important to mention 2 other entities, that is Kabarole and Jinja. These are entities that have gone ahead using their locally generated revenue to put structures for the new districts. However, all these projects have stalled because their local revenue is continuously dwindling, because most of the cities took over most of the viable local revenue sources. So much as they started, much as Jinja and Kabarole started construction, they cannot continue now because they don't have the resources. So they need to have the money required given to them. Right, Honorable Speaker, you will now permit me to proceed to, under that, general recommendations. Right, Honorable Speaker, let me take you through the general observations and then general recommendations to conclude on that, so I don't need to repeat those other different entities. The committee made the following general observations. 1, the Minister of Finance noted the funds for relocation of the districts displaced by the new cities were being disbursed on a case-by-case basis, depending on availability of land and readiness to utilize the funds asked for. And I mentioned that only Soroti had received this money. 2, Minister of Local Government has not yet issued clear guidelines for sharing of assets between the new cities and the affected entities. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is particularly because the conflicts in those local governments is unbearable. The cities and the districts are not working harmoniously because they are struggling to prove who is more powerful. Number 3, Right Honorable Speaker, whereas the districts and the cities were coexisting, there were cases of conflicts arising from the distribution and sharing of assets, as well as the location of the district headquarters. 4, following delays by government to provide startup funds, local government through the respective council made efforts to establish new headquarters, find resources, and set up structures. However, construction works for most of the new headquarters have stalled, just as I said, due to lack of funds. 4, council of the different local government had resolved on the new locations for the district headquarters. However, there are petitions challenging some of them. 6, some of the districts are clinging, and this is important, Right Honorable Speaker. Some of the districts are clinging onto assets located within the cities, especially those that were constructed using, I would call it purportedly, local revenue. Number 7, many districts are disposing of property within the cities as they prepare to relocate to frustrate the handover of these properties to the new cities. Some districts even plan to sell off or let out district headquarters. For example, the district of Masaka and Lira are threatening to dispose of district council halls or administration block in the city and use the money for construction of their new headquarters. 8, there are disagreements between the district and the city land boards, whereby some district land boards refuse to hand over files and are still carrying out transactions on land outside their areas of jurisdiction. For example, in Lira, there is already a functional Lira city land board, but the district land board is still receiving application and processing titles for lands in the city when it is actually not within their areas of jurisdiction. So we gave the example of Lira and Arua and the other entities. Number 9, the Ministry of Public Service ban on recruitment has strained service delivery on the cities and the districts from where the cities were carved. 10, cities and districts are constrained with office space since the two entities are sharing the same premises. For example, Arua City, for instance, recruited 406 staff, but lacked space to accommodate them. So some of these staff are sitting under trees. Number 11, lack of adequate laws or guidelines for operationalization of the cities. Whereas a city is an equivalent of a district as outlined under Section 4 of the Local Government Act, Cap 243, as amended, there are several gaps that affect the operation of the cities. For instance, a city division should be treated at the level of a municipality, but currently, and in line with Local Government Act, Cap 243, Section 4B, they are still treated at the level of sub-counties. Number 12, local governments have continuously been faced with the issue of late releases and return. This is important, Right Honorable Speaker. Late releases and return of funds to the consolidated fund. For example, Right Honorable Speaker, in the financial year 2022-23, Arua City, Gulu City, Mbale District, and others received over 3 billion shilling, far above what they had planned for by 19th of June. And all these monies went back within 2 weeks. Actually, just to throw more light, Right Honorable Speaker, when we asked them, they said this is money they had not planned for. They had not budgeted for, so they could not explain how the monies came. But these are monies considered returned back to Treasury. Number 13, new sub-counties have continued depending on the mother sub-counties in as far as road funds are concerned since 2021 without having their own allocation as required by law. And the last one, continuous re-centralization of decentralized services, such as decision concerning collection and remittance of local revenue and procurement. Right Honorable Speaker, just now to wind up, I will take you to general recommendations. The committee recommends the following. In addition to the supplementary for ex gratia and honoraria, the Minister of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development should provide funds in line with Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 to cater for the following as indicated below. These are areas we consider very important, Right Honorable Speaker, as a committee. Number 1, vehicles for city mayors and district chairpersons. These are political heads of the districts. Some of them have ended up grabbing vehicles for school inspections, for health centers, including ambulances, because they lack transport. Right, Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that 35.2 billion be provided so they can have transport. Relocation of the 10 cities, right, Honorable Speaker, in addition to what has been given to Soroti, all the other 9 entities should also be given 1 billion each as a startup to start putting structures, and they would relocate in phases. Right, Honorable Speaker, the third one is that the committee recommends that 2 billion be provided to review decentralization policy, because there are a lot of gaps and we need to make sure we strengthen and deepen decentralization, and the best way is to have a review, and the ministry requires a 2 billion to undertake this process. Recommendation 2, the Ministry of Local Government should ensure equitable sharing of assets between the affected districts and the new cities in accordance with Section 188 of the Local Government Act, Cap 243. The ministry should also provide clear guidance on the transition of the districts from the cities within 2 months from the time of adoption of this report. 3, the districts should not dispose of any property within the city until the Ministry of Local Government issues the required guidelines in accordance with Section 188 of the Local Government Act. 4, the Ministry of Local Government should ensure that the decisions of the local government councils on location of the new district headquarters are respected. Finally, the Minister of Public Service, through affirmative action, should lift the ban on recruitment, especially for the cities and the districts from where the cities were created, so they can have those vacant positions filled. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to submit and pray that you will consider this and take the recommendations and the positions of the committee as outlined in the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to thank the chair and the committee for a very good report. I'd like to confirm that we have interacted with the committee on these matters and we fully agree with them.
There is a motion.
Yes, secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Parliament for agreeing in 2020 to create the new cities. We may have had a difficulty in starting, but generally the cities are progressing quite well. And they bear a good future in terms of urbanization in the country. Right Honorable Speaker, I look at some urban centers which are growing right now as we speak. If you were to ask me, suppose we are to create new municipalities, and we are not about to do that. But anybody who has visited Luwero Town Council, you cannot believe that it is a town council. The size of urbanization, the level of economic activities there, you know, it is a question of getting them to that level where we give them the necessary technical staff at the level of the municipality. You look at Dokolo, you look at Bukedea Town Council. No, I'm not just talking about. Look at Liantonde.
Honorable Minister, you remove Bukedea, you've not done anything. First remove that.
Right, Honorable Speaker, with due respect, I've been in this local government for some time, and I've seen that little trading center at Bukedea. You now go there, the level of urbanization and the new buildings and the streets and so on coming up. The point I'm making is it's a critical decision we have to take as the leaders of our country. Uganda is one of the fastest urbanizing countries in Africa. Even in the world, it's about 5.8%. You go home, a little town you left, all of a sudden people have moved to the town. But I want to make it clear to Parliament and the country. Cabinet put a ban on creation of new administrative units, and also the court, in the case of Kwizera, Honorable Kwizera versus the government of Uganda, it was ruled we do not create new administrative units in between the term of office.
So in this Kisanja, the only time we can look at creating new administrative units is 2025, as we head to the next elections in 26. So friends who have been sending their proposals, you know, we cannot refuse what is in the Constitution, Article 178, the will of the people. So these councils sit and they send, but as far as I'm concerned, at the moment, we can only look at operationalization of those units which are already created. I'm talking of 312 sub-counties which had to relocate because we created town councils some time back. A good number of them are under the trees. Others are in rented buildings. Right now, Speaker, through you, allow me to request the House, in addition to what my chairperson of the committee has presented, as critical priorities. We presented a number and the list is there, but he has singled out 3 of them. Vehicles for district chairpersons. Friends, the vehicles were procured in 2015, 2016. They have broken down, they are no longer there. These are chairpersons of districts. Some of them are moving on border. We need at least 200 million shillings for the 176 units we have. And that's the 35.2 billion. Speaker, I beg to take that information. It may be very important.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaking about the issue of transport, even the municipality mayors don't have, a majority of them don't have what? Vehicles. So I wanted us to amend that particular recommendation to include municipality mayors.
Thank you for that information. It is actually included. When I talk of 176 units, I mean 135 districts plus 10 cities plus 31 municipal mayors. And when you get 176 times 200 million, that is the 35.2 billion, which the chair has actually recommended. The other one he has recommended is the 10 billion for relocation of the districts. And you had asked the question, why 1 billion, Right Honorable Speaker? That was a very valid and very important question. We provide for now a startup fund for design of the new building, for physical planning, for the fencing of the land, for titling in cases where it's not, and relocation of the sub-counties. For example, a Gulu district trying to relocate to a watch sub-county. The sub-county said, where are you going? This is my home. So they have to relocate, they have to be assisted. But I need to emphasize that we take the example of Soroti district. They have already been given 1.8 billion. And no other district among the 10 has got even a single shilling.
They have already been given 1 billion.
1.8 billion.
I thought they said, what was the chair saying? Chair, you said they have given them 1 billion, they want additional 800.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in the last financial year, 2023-24, they received 1 billion shilling, and this financial year, they are supposed to receive 800 million.
They have not received.
They have not yet received. It's
Honorable
in the budget.
Minister, don't.
Right, Honorable, you can confirm later. But there is a provision.
There is no confirming later. The chair has confirmed.
I go with
because
the chair's
that would
position.
be discrimination. How can Soroti get 1.8 when Gulu has not got even 1?
That is the question, Honorable. Even the 1 billion. What we need now is the 10 billion for exactly what I've mentioned, startup, so that next financial year, we get them what they need. Relocation should be in 2025. So I will need about 3 billion per district next financial year. But right now, these districts, and I want to thank them, they have exercised restraint and they are having harmonious relationship generally with the cities. Speaker, I beg that you allow me to give exactly what I am requesting from Parliament. The third one, which the chair has presented, is the 2 billion for policy review. After 30 years of decentralization, time has come to review the policy. But I wanted to request through you, Chair, that my chairperson of the committee agrees with me that at least in this year, you provide 5 billion for the sub-counties which are really bad off. Kindly, honorable members. And these requests keep on coming from our own. The other one is induction of councillors. That 2 years down the road, we have not trained the councillors. The few we have trained is like, I really thanked Parliament last time. We trained the city councillors of Gulu by your magnanimity. But we need 15 billion. You've seen chairs flying in the air in councils. These people need to be trained to understand where does a councillor's role begin and end. And the last one, which I want to emphasize, is what he has presented, ex gratia for our councillors. Friends, the political leaders in the districts and sub-counties and villages have, a statutory mandate, so they must be paid. It's an obligation on us. Remember, these chairpersons of villages and parishes, we only pay them 10,000 per month. So little that we congregate it to 120,000 a year, but it's very little. And as we speak now, the areas for paying them is 9 billion. The areas I'm talking about 2 years ago. Now, for this financial year 23-24, honorable colleagues, we have not provided for payment of honoraria and ex gratia of our councillors. Because it was treated as an unfunded priority by finance. So we need 48 billion. They are there. We keep them waiting for this. I hope Minister of Finance will confirm through you, Prime Minister, that this money will come in the next supplementary budget. Should the supplementary budget be presented without the payment for councillors, my appeal is to Parliament is to put a question on that request. I'd like to really thank the committee. I totally agree with what they have presented here. And as a sector, we shall implement, we shall take action, and we shall present a report on actions taken to Parliament. I thank you very much.
Thank you. There's a motion.
Madam Speaker, an amendment in the land.
But you people know the law. When there's a motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move under Rule 59(3) of our rules of procedure, move a motion to adjourn debate on this report, having heard from the chairperson of the committee and the minister actually conceding to the recommendations of the report. I move that the debate be adjourned and we adopt the report therein.
Seconded.
Procedure.
Who is shouting on procedure? Who is shouting? Is it seconded? Seconded by Tilwani, by Kabanda, by Ayo, by Ayeko, by...
Procedure, Madam.
I am
Procedure,
honorable
Madam.
members. Can you all sit down? The chair has presented the report with very good recommendations that will help all of you. Even Kivalia, where they're telling Kivalia to go and fundraise for Namwendwa, it is covered here. We will be able to get money here. And the minister has made amendments. He's the one responsible for the ministry. And we are saying, well, we can talk from here, but there is no money. What is going to happen? The minister is going to negotiate and it comes as a supplementary for these new cities to be operationalized. You find there are constituencies that are cut out of cities like Omoro. It is also suffering. So such constituencies also need to be supported. You want to continue talking.
Yeah.
What is your amendment?
My amendment is to remove the word adjourning debate to terminate.
Terminate the debate. It is best. What was the minister doing?
Speaker, I fully agree with the member's motion. I just wanted a little amendment that we adopt the report with amendments, because I moved some amendments therein.
Yes. Honorable Minister had some amendments.
Yes,
that you
I
passed.
am actually seconding the motion with the amendments as proposed by the minister.
Thank you. Amendment from Law.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Minister of Local Government moves to give direction and guidance to the districts and cities in the matter relating to the sharing of assets in the immediacy with a circular guiding them. Because part of the conflict is that the local governments are not guided by the minister to the level that some districts think that the property were bought with their local revenue, as their personal holder. Yet these are government assets. So I thought that amendment should be moved and the minister should do that in the next 30 days, because before you know it, a local government will actually dispose of a public asset and the guise of buying them on their revenue.
Yes, that amendment is taken. Is it seconded? Yes. Seconded. Yes.
Thank you for that amendment, Leader of Opposition. I fully agree. Just to inform Parliament, we had already scheduled as a ministry the month of October. We're having asset negotiations between those districts and the cities. And we shall also provide the circular he's talking about.
Yes,
the only
provide the circular and
the challenge
let it
had
be
been
put
the
in.
1 billion. Now that it's been approved, we are
It's
on
not
the
yet
move.
approved.
Just waiting.
Yes. It's not yet approved. Karim, amendment.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to make an amendment on the recommendation of the verification of the areas. I would like us to give it a time frame. At least we could state that the Ministry of Finance
You
does
cannot
the
give a time frame because you did not budget for that money, and we are saying a supplementary will come here. We don't know when a supplementary will come in the house, and that cannot have a timeline. Yes, I'm coming.
I wanted to further amend the proposal by the LOP. The negotiation on asset sharing should also include liabilities.
Assets and liability.
Yeah.
When you're looking at a balance sheet, it is about assets and liability. Yes, Ekudo.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I also wanted to, in the report, let the procedures be followed and guided by the minister, because somewhere, somehow, the procedures are not followed. And we needed the minister's
Is
attention.
that an amendment?
It is. Thank you.
That is not an amendment. Silo?
Right, Honorable Speaker, my issue is on the matter of recruitment, because now that there was a ban, I would love that this House recommends that the government does something around lifting that ban on recruitment.
It is there in the recommendation. It is in the recommendation.
With the date being put there.
It is in the recommendation. You can't lift the ban when you don't have the money.
The date should be there.
Christine?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The local governments have been directed not to quarrel or have conflict with the management of the assets. But where the assets were given
Assets
by
and liabilities.
Yes, where, for example, space and buildings were given by institutions, especially Uganda institution, the leaders of the town councils and the new establishments are proposing to sell these infrastructure. So I don't know how. I'm proposing that we organize them and advise that they don't sell these assets out, because
that is a circular that the minister is supposed to issue out.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the circular was talking about the publicly acquired property, but this was individual and
It
organizations.
is about the property.
Okay.
Yes, Agnes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, the amendment that I would like to suggest is about the local councils that came out of the town councils, which were new. Many of them are also complaining about their administration and management. So I request that they be included on the ex gratia, but also empower them to do their work, getting stamps and whatever is required for them to work.
The ex gratia is for which people, Chair?
I don't know whether it's ex gratia or that money that is given to the local councils.
Is for which one?
Right, Honorable Speaker, ex gratia is for every councillor at LC3 level is entitled to.
You repeat, every councillor. So if they are councillors, then they are automatically entitled.
Correct.
Andrew?
Right, Honorable Speaker, they are the LOCs, the local councils that are created in the new town councils.
Are they not councillors?
The money that is given to
I am
them.
saying, are they not councillors? They benefit automatically. They are beneficiaries. Yes, Andrew?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment was in line, Madam Speaker. My amendment was in line with terms of reference 3 and 5, where I request that we include districts beyond. For example, Gulu district was mentioned, then the Gulu city. But how about districts beyond those where the city was created? I'll give an example of Omoro. There's a whole sub-county headquarters that is in Gulu city. Koro sub-county needs 740 million. Can we include that in the amendment, that districts that are affected beyond those 2 that they're mentioning be included as well? Thank you.
Chair?
Right, Honorable Speaker, what the Honorable Member is raising is true. We interacted with the leadership of Omoro, and it is actually part of the 5 billion the Honorable Minister is requesting for the sub-counties.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
That one is Joe, Lee.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to propose this amendment that all those officials who have attempted to sell or have already sold the assets be arrested, prosecuted, and the assets retracted from them to the local government. Thank you.
Thank you. Morris?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my amendment goes to, I realize the minister, and even when Lope was the
Honorable members of Soroti, leave my minister.
the minister, and when Lope was equally making the amendment, they concentrated so much on districts and cities. Yet these are new created administrative units. Right, Honorable, there is a worry that when the minister brings the budget and so on, they may forget the smaller units that are down. So I need to move an amendment that the minister uses the word new created administrative units more than using cities and districts to cater for even the small ones. Secondly, Right, Honorable, those are all the
Those are the local units.
Secondly, Right Honorable, as it was pointed out that the new sub-counties have nowhere to sit. I move and amend that in the meantime, since they have nowhere to sit, the home area, the home office where they were sitting, they could be given space there as we wait for the facilitation that will come to create them. But they are not sitting anywhere.
Has anybody reported that they don't have where to sit?
Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, our policy is when you create a town council, it takes over the headquarters of the sub-county, the mother sub-county, and the mother sub-county shifts, relocates. You cannot say they stay together, you will get a problem. Thank you.
Honorable Nzima, Then Fadil.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I had an issue earlier, but let me start from where the minister ended, where he is saying when a town council is created, it takes over the sub-county. That is not always the case. There are some town councils which are created in a developing urban center where there is no sub-county headquarters. So in those cases, yes, they are there. And those will require allocations. Then too, also, the issue of, Madam Speaker, we're debating the issue of cities.
Yes.
But the issue of town councils and the lower.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I raise a procedural matter. It's moved by the Honorable Idi Isabide and seconded by the Honorable Segona and accepted by the House and the Honorable Minister with amendments that we made. Right, Honorable Speaker, is it procedure right for the honorable members to continue debating when there is a motion that has been passed and we are just waiting for you to make a decision on the motion, right, Honorable Speaker?
No, we are just making amendments. Just go to the amendments.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment is to do with the regulations.
And if I have not put a question on what you have raised, then your amendment is null and void. Yes, collapsed.
My amendment is on the issue of regulations. From the committee report, it was observed that many of the challenges faced by these cities are as a result of lack of regulations to manage them. And some time back, the Ministry of Local Government had brought regulations, and this was referred to the Committee of Public Service and Local Government. When it was scrutinized and brought on floor of Parliament, there were a number of loopholes, and the ministry was asked to go back, withdraw it, go back, and come back with a new regulation. But it will appear up to now to ensure effective management of the cities.
Operationalization.
Thank you.
Yes, Fadil.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Fadil is speaking.
Honorable Minister, you can first sit down. The floor is mine. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to move an amendment. You see, most public land in local government is exposed to land grabbers and so on. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to move an amendment that they evict those ones who have already tempered public land in the local government and be arrested with immediate effect. Because we have an issue in Kapchorwa whereby our own field has been tempered, Madam Speaker. So for that case, you need to consider even these gold medals, because that is where they always train and do a lot. So the field has been tempered completely.
Honorable Minister,
Honorable Minister, that one take note.
You need to look at all the land belonging to government, and whichever has been taken, you investigate on it and see how we can repossess back the land as government. Yes, Basil.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I recommend an amendment that before the assets are equitably shared, we provide funds to the chief government valuer for valuation of these assets. Two, express support to the local governments that were created after the town councils.
Once you say you need to determine the value of the asset, it is implied.
Yes.
That government value has to do it, and in the budget that will be provided, it will have to include that.
Be evaluated.
You don't
Yes,
have
so,
to put it.
So lastly is these local governments, like we have provided 1 billion for the districts which are moving from towns. The sub-counties which have moved from their headquarters under trees
should be provided express money, say 300, 500 million to the develop. Thank you.
Sarah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the committee for the reports. The amendment that I want to make, Right Honorable Speaker, it is the Minister of Lands that appoints the district land boards. And we have heard how indisciplined the district land boards are, performing tasks that are not theirs and trying to.
The Ministry of Lands does not appoint. The list comes from the district.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker.
From the executive.
Yes, they are approved by the executive and submitted
There is
to the
a
minister.
difference between appointing and approval.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am stating so because I was Minister of State for Lands and we used to appoint the land boards. And the Land
I
Act
think
has,
that's why lands failed.
no, the Land Act has not been amended. That is what is in the law. So the amendment that I want to make is that these members of the land board should immediately be relieved of their duties or suspended so that they don't continue transacting
Of where?
and causing of the districts that were mentioned by the chair in his report.
I also want you to be, first of all, it is not Minister of Lands that appoints the district land board. It is the executive of the district and then approval by the ministry.
Yes, for clarification, Right Honorable Speaker, the district land board members are proposed, recommended by the district executive committee to council for approval. Once done that, then they are sent to Ministry of Lands for scrutiny. But the approval is by council. It's the same as the District Service Commission. The DEC will take, the District Executive Committee will take the names to council. Once council is agreed, these names have to be submitted to the Public Service Commission for approval. But the final approval rests with the council, really.
Yes.
Thank you.
And honorable members, you've had the amendments from Loeb, from honorable both.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I just want to appeal to the minister. Now that if we are to provide the money, is it possible? I know there is difference in topography across the country. Is it possible for us to standardize the sub-county headquarters like we used to have, such that if I came to your place, I know this is a sub-county headquarters, a town council headquarters. It's very important for us to standardize. So can you take that into consideration? It's not for an amendment, but it's just information to use such that it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I now put a question that the report of the Committee of Public Service and Local Government on the functionality and the service delivery on the local governments, specifically the 10 cities and the parent districts from which they were carved from, be considered by this House with amendments. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, for accountability, I want the chairpersons to check with Mr. Kasire on accountability and transparency. Check on how much your committee has spent. Because I've got complaints from members, from chairpersons, that our money has been used. So I want you to check and correct the record. Check and correct the record. And the business that we've transacted from 7th June to 6th September, we've had 27 sittings. We've administered 1 oath. We've passed 11 bills. 1 bill was withdrawn. We've handled 1 petition. We have 9 resolutions adopted. We've authorized borrowing of 2 loans. We've granted leave to private members, 4 of them. We've paid tribute, 2 of them. Other resolutions are 3. Reports that have been adopted are 14. Other documents adopted are 2. Questions responded to by the Prime Minister, 52. Urgent questions responded to are 47. Statement on government business for the preceding week is 4. Ministerial statements are 11. Statement by leader of opposition are 2. That is what we've transacted from June to date. Honorable members, I want to thank you so much for what you're doing for your country. And I want to thank the ministers who have also stayed today up to this time. We don't take this for granted. We'll always thank you, and member, thank you. I want to wish you a fruitful recess. And I want to request the members that this recess is for you to bond with your constituents. This recess is for you to monitor government programs. This recess is for you to be able to work for your way back to Parliament. And we wish you well as leadership of the House. And you will always be available in case there's anything. We are just on call. Honorable members, I now adjourn the House and die.